Across every continent are remnants of the past that refuse to be explained away. Ancient structures carved with impossible precision, megaliths too heavy for modern cranes, and entire cultures that appear and vanish without leaving a clear trace. These are not legends whispered around campfires. They are real, excavated sites that archaeologists still struggle to fully understand. How could people without iron tools or advanced machinery move stones weighing hundreds of tons? What knowledge guided the alignments of temples and stone circles with the rising sun or distant stars? And perhaps the most haunting question of all, what else lies hidden, waiting to be uncovered? From towering monuments older than the pyramids to forgotten cities swallowed by earth and sea, these mysteries invite us to rethink what we know about civilization itself. So settle in, let your mind wander, and join me as we explore the forbidden discoveries built before history began. It begins with stone, not scattered rock or natural cliff, but carefully placed blocks forming a structure that should not exist so far back in time. At the edge of the Jordan Valley, long before metals were smelted or alphabets scratched onto clay, human hands raised an extraordinary tower. The Tower of Jericho rises from the Neolithic horizon like an out-of-place marker, a statement that even 8,000 years before the Common Era, people were capable of things we are still learning how to comprehend. The town surrounding it was among the first true settlements ever built, a cluster of mud brick homes pressed against a wall that itself was an innovation. The very idea of fortifying a community, of building not just for survival but for security, speaks of planning that feels startlingly modern. Yet this was not a city of marble or iron. These were early farmers, cultivating grain and herding animals, and yet they dreamed on a scale that suggested far more. The tower itself, nearly 9 meters high, was built of stone blocks stacked in a tapering cylinder, wide at the base and narrowing as it climbed toward the sky. Inside, a staircase curled upward, carved step by step, spiraling into darkness until it reached the top. Archaeologists who first uncovered it were astonished not only by its size, but by its purpose. For what reason would such an early community devote its limited strength to raising something so monumental? Some suggest defense. After all, the settlement was walled, and a tower would allow watchmen to scan the plains for movement, whether human or animal. Others imagine ritual, that the tower served as a gathering place, a structure meant to bind people together with shared ceremony. But the truth is that no one knows, and it is this uncertainty that makes Jericho's tower so remarkable. What stands out most is not only the engineering, but the timing. The Neolithic world was just beginning to move beyond nomadic life. For tens of thousands of years, people had followed herds, tracked seasons, and lived in temporary shelters. At Jericho, they began to stay, to dig in, to place stones upon stones in patterns that were meant to last. The tower is more than stone, it is an anchor, evidence of the moment when humans decided they belonged to a place, and that place should bear witness to their permanence. Imagine the effort required. Without metal chisels or beasts of burden, every block had to be quarried with stone tools shaped by hand and dragged into place. The wall enclosing the town stretched nearly 3 meters thick, itself a feat of collective labor. The tower rose behind it, higher than anything else in the region. At night, torches may have glowed atop it, guiding those returning from the fields or serving as a marker visible from miles away. In the daylight, it would have dominated the horizon, its shadow falling across the houses of those who built it, a constant reminder of their shared achievement. Yet the most haunting aspect of Jericho's tower lies in its silence across time. The people who built it left no written record, no inscription, no carved image to explain their purpose. When the settlement eventually declined, the tower was abandoned, buried by dust and earth until only its foundations remained. Thousands of years later, archaeologists uncovered its base, piecing together its original height from collapsed stones and the remnants of its spiral staircase. The moment of its discovery forced a rewriting of history. For decades, scholars had believed that large-scale architecture belonged to later ages, to Mesopotamia or Egypt. Jericho proved that long before those civilizations rose, human beings were already reaching upward with stone. Some researchers suggest that the tower was not built for protection or ritual alone, but for something more precise, time itself. Studies of its placement reveal that the staircase and entrance align with the setting sun during the longest day of the year. If true, the tower becomes more than a structure. It is a calendar carved in stone, allowing its builders to measure the turning of the seasons. For farmers who depended on cycles of planting and harvest, such knowledge would have been as valuable as any wall or weapon. To think of a Neolithic community gazing from the top of the tower, watching the sun slip behind the mountains, is to realize how deeply they were tied to the rhythms of the world. They were not simply protecting themselves from threats. They were marking the passage of time, anchoring their lives in the cosmos. The tower, then, may have been both observatory and monument, a place where earth and sky met in human hands. What lingers is the question of motivation. Why did they build so large, so early? Some argue that monuments are not luxuries of advanced civilizations, but necessities of forming them. A tower requires cooperation, and cooperation requires shared belief. By gathering to build, the people of Jericho learned how to act as a community, each stone a lesson in collective strength. The tower is less a mystery of engineering than a story of human identity, of how groups came to see themselves as more than scattered families, but as something greater. There is also the possibility of fear. The Jordan Valley was prone to flooding, and a raised tower may have offered safety in times of danger. Perhaps it was a refuge, a place to climb when waters rose, a reminder that survival often meant building higher than the threat. Others wonder whether it was meant to awe outsiders, a statement of power carved into the landscape, warning strangers that this was no ordinary village. Whatever its purpose, the Tower of Jericho marks the dawn of monumentality. Long before ziggurats, pyramids, or stone circles, here stood a tower that defied its time. Its stones carry the fingerprints of people whose names are lost, but whose vision remains. Standing before its remains today, one feels not only curiosity but a quiet respect for the ambition of those first builders. The weight of its mystery comes not from what is known, but from what remains uncertain. The tower is not explained away by simple theories. It resists reduction. Each interpretation, defense, ritual, calendar, refuge may hold some truth, yet none fully captures the presence of the structure itself. It is more than the sum of its parts. Perhaps that is the true meaning of Jericho's tower, that human beings, even at the dawn of settled life, sought to create something beyond necessity. They built not just for shelter, but for meaning. They placed stones upon stones because they wanted to mark their existence in a way that could not easily be erased. As you imagine the people of that ancient town walking along their walls, climbing the spiral staircase within the tower, and gazing out at the valley below, consider the leap they were making. They were inventing not only architecture but society, not only stonework but civilization itself. The tower rises as the first great whisper of humanity's need to endure through time. And yet, as with all great monuments, its voice eventually faded. The town shifted, populations moved, and the tower sank beneath centuries of dust. When it was uncovered, it felt like a reminder left for us, a signal from the deep past that human ambition has always stretched beyond the practical. The Tower of Jericho invites us to reflect on how civilizations begin, not with kings or empires, but with communities daring to build together. It is a puzzle that continues to shape how we think of our origins, a reminder that the story of humanity is far older and more complex than the neat timelines in textbooks. The stones remain. The staircase curls upward, and though its builders are gone, the tower still asks the same questions that have echoed across millennia. Why did they build? What did it mean to them? And what does it mean to us now? As we leave Jericho behind, the journey into the mysteries of the ancient world continues. Other sites await, structures just as puzzling, cultures just as enigmatic. Each one carries its own unanswered questions, and each offers another glimpse into the depths of time, where human history begins to blur with something far older. Across a narrow strip of land between two Orkney lochs lies a place that seems too deliberate, too carefully constructed to be the work of a small Neolithic farming community. When archaeologists began peeling back the soil in this windswept corner of northern Scotland, they found not a single building, nor a lone stone circle, but an entire ceremonial complex. The Ness of Brodgar stretches across several acres, an intricate arrangement of walls, passages, and chambers that suggest a level of planning and ritual life unexpected for a society without metal or writing. The stones are laid with a precision that feels purposeful. Flagstones fitted edge to edge, walls bonded with skill, and structures rising with a sense of design that hints at more than simple shelter. Within these walls, traces of art were found. Patterns carved into stone, painted surfaces marked with ochre and pigment. To think of Neolithic builders not only raising walls but decorating them, shaping spaces that were both functional and expressive, shifts the way we imagine their world. What makes the Ness of Brodgar stand apart is not just its architecture, but its placement. It sits between two great stone circles, Stenar to one side, Brodgar to the other, as if it were the heart connecting both. Around it, a landscape already rich with megaliths and tombs seems to converge on this strip of land, suggesting that it was more than a settlement. It was a stage, a gathering ground, perhaps even the ceremonial center of an entire region. Archaeologists uncovered long walls that appear to enclose parts of the site, cutting it off from the wider landscape. These boundary walls were massive, built to impress, perhaps to separate sacred space from ordinary ground. Within them were buildings unlike anything else in Neolithic Britain. Some were vast halls with carefully arranged hearths, others smaller and more specialized. One structure, known simply as Structure 10, was so monumental that its collapse seems to have been ritualized, as if its destruction carried meaning. Its walls were several meters thick, its floor paved, its hearth aligned as though with intention beyond daily life. Then there is the art. Triangles, chevrons, and lozenges carved into stone slabs, repeating patterns painted across walls. These designs are not random scratches, but deliberate expressions, a language of shapes whose meaning is now lost to us. Some believe they symbolized cosmology, others that they were marks of identity or ritual significance. Whatever their purpose, they remind us that these people were not just builders but artists, layering meaning into every surface they shaped. The dating of the Ness of Brodgar deepens the mystery. Radiocarbon samples place its construction around 3,200 years before the Common Era, making it contemporary with the earliest phases of Stonehenge and centuries older than the pyramids of Egypt. Yet, unlike Stonehenge, which evolved in stages, the Ness appears to have been built on a grand scale from the start, as if conceived in a single vision. For a society without cities, without palaces or temples in the conventional sense, the sheer ambition of such a project is staggering. Who gathered here? Was it a place where scattered farming communities came together for seasonal rituals, forging alliances and marriages, exchanging goods and ideas? Or was it the domain of an elite, a center where authority was expressed not through kingship, but through ritual control of space and ceremony? The walls and decorated slabs speak of gatherings that were meant to impress, of architecture designed to shape behavior. To walk its passages would have been to enter a world set apart, a world where stone itself guided action and belief. There are signs of feasting. Animal bones, charred remains, fragments of pottery suggest that great meals were shared here. Not the daily meals of families, but communal events involving hundreds, perhaps thousands. The hearths, carefully maintained, burned through generations, their fires linking past and present in a chain of continuity. Each flame was a reminder that life itself could be centered on ritual. The question of why it was eventually abandoned is as haunting as its construction. By 2,300 years before the Common Era, the site seems to have been left behind. Some structures were deliberately filled with rubble, their entrances sealed. The monumental wall enclosing the complex was buried under layers of refuse and debris. It is as if the community made a decision to close the chapter, to mark an end not by destruction alone, but by deliberate covering. Was this a ritual closure, a statement that the age of the Ness had passed? Or was it necessity driven by change, climate, or shifting belief? Even in its decline, the Ness speaks. Its closure suggests intention, as if meaning was found not only in building but in ending. This is a pattern seen in other Neolithic sites, monuments raised with care and then, centuries later, deliberately dismantled or buried. It reminds us that these were not static cultures. They grew, transformed, and left behind layers of meaning that we still struggle to read. One of the most striking discoveries at the Ness was the scale of the walls. Known as the Great Wall of Brodgar, it stretched for more than 100 meters, its base wide enough to walk along. Why build such a wall in a community with no threat of invasion? Perhaps it was never meant to keep anyone out, but rather to frame what was within. Boundaries are powerful symbols. They define space, divide sacred from ordinary, and create thresholds of meaning. To cross into the Ness may have been to enter a realm where the ordinary laws of life gave way to ritual order. There is also the question of knowledge. The builders of the Ness understood stone in ways we are only beginning to appreciate. They quarried, shaped, and transported flagstones with a mastery that comes only from generations of practice. Their ability to align structures, to balance proportions, to create interiors that both contained and expressed, speaks of minds deeply attuned to space. These were not primitive farmers, but people who thought in architecture, whose sense of meaning was written into stone. Visitors to Orkney today often describe a feeling of scale that is difficult to capture in words. The Ness is not isolated. It is surrounded by standing stones, burial mounds, causeways, and circles that together form one of the densest ritual landscapes in Europe. To stand there is to realize that Neolithic Orkney was not a remote corner, but a vibrant center, a place of innovation whose influence may have reached far beyond its shores. The art discovered at the site continues to intrigue. Some slabs bear repeated motifs that appear almost like proto-writing, not yet language, but something edging toward it. Others are painted with minerals, pigments that fade but leave behind faint traces of red, yellow, and black. Imagine stepping into a chamber where firelight revealed not only stone walls, but walls alive with color and pattern. The experience would have been immersive, transforming ritual into performance, space into meaning. At times, it is tempting to think of the Ness as a kind of Neolithic cathedral, a place where belief was built into stone. Yet that comparison risks obscuring what makes it unique. Unlike later temples tied to kings or gods, the Ness seems communal, not the domain of one ruler, but of many hands. Its structures are large but not palatial. Its walls are thick but not fortified. It stands in a category of its own, a ceremonial complex whose meaning may have been both social and spiritual, both practical and symbolic. Archaeologists continue to unearth new discoveries with each season of digging. Pottery shards, decorated stones, polished axes, beads, all tell of lives lived with complexity and depth. Each find is a reminder that the Neolithic was not a time of dull survival, but of creativity, connection, and ambition. The people of Orkney built not because they had to, but because they wanted to create something that lasted beyond their lifetimes. The Ness of Brodgar leaves us with questions that stretch beyond its stones. What compelled communities across the world to build on such a monumental scale at this moment in time? From Jericho to Orkney, we see the rise of architecture that speaks of identity, ritual, and permanence. It suggests that even without writing, humans were telling stories in another language, the language of stone. As we step away from the Ness, it lingers in the mind as more than a ruin. It is a reminder that our ancestors dreamed on a vast scale, shaping worlds that blended art, ritual, and society into a single expression. Though its walls are worn and its pigments faded, its presence remains undeniable. And as with all such mysteries, it invites us onward. If communities at the edge of the North Sea could build with such vision, what else might lie waiting in other corners of the earth? Each discovery reveals not only the ingenuity of the past, but also the vast expanse of history still untold. It begins with weight, not symbolic weight, but the literal heaviness of stone. Blocks so large that their very presence seems to defy the idea of Neolithic construction. On the island of Gozo, part of the Maltese archipelago in the heart of the Mediterranean, lies a complex known as Ggantija. The name itself carries meaning. It is often translated as the place of giants. To stand before its megaliths is to understand why such a name took hold, for no ordinary explanation seems to fit how a community more than 5,000 years ago could raise stones of this size and shape them into sanctuaries that predate even the Great Pyramids of Egypt. The largest stones at Ggantija weigh several dozen tons, some stretching more than 5 meters in height. They were cut, hauled, and set into place at a time when metal tools were not yet in use. Around them, smaller stones were fitted with care, creating walls that curve and enclose, forming spaces that speak of deliberate planning. 2 major temples stand within the complex, each laid out with a series of apses, semicircular chambers that branch outward like petals from a central passage. These are not random arrangements. The builders followed patterns of geometry, alignment, and proportion, suggesting an architectural vision far beyond what we often ascribe to early agricultural societies. One of the most striking aspects of Ggantija is its age. Radiocarbon dating places its construction between 3,600 and 3,200 years before the Common Era. To put this in perspective, that makes it older than Stonehenge, older than the pyramids at Giza, and older than most monuments we associate with the birth of monumental architecture. Yet unlike the pyramids, which were tombs, Ggantija seems to have been a place of ritual, a sanctuary where people gathered not to bury their dead, but to enact ceremonies tied to life, fertility, and the cycles of nature. Fragments of figurines have been found at the site, stylized figures with broad hips and rounded forms. Many scholars interpret these as fertility symbols, representations of the human body as a vessel of continuity. If so, Ggantija may have been a place where rituals of renewal were performed, where communities came together to mark the turning of seasons, the planting of fields, and the mysteries of life itself. The sheer scale of the temples suggests that these gatherings were not small affairs, but events that brought together many families, perhaps entire regions. The engineering is equally remarkable. Without beasts of burden, without wheels, the builders had to move stones weighing tens of tons across uneven terrain. How they did so remains a matter of debate. Some suggest the use of wooden rollers, others that they dragged the stones over greased surfaces or along tracks of spherical stones acting as primitive ball bearings. Yet no theory fully accounts for the precision with which the blocks were placed, the stability of walls that have stood for more than 5 millennia, or the sheer will required to imagine such a project in the first place. The surfaces of some stones still bear the marks of their shaping, chisels of stone striking against limestone, leaving grooves that whisper of long days of labor. Others were smoothed and polished, as if meant to reflect light or to create surfaces that resonated with touch. In certain areas, remnants of plaster suggest that the temples were once coated and possibly painted, transforming their interiors into vibrant spaces alive with color. Imagine stepping into such a space 5,000 years ago, firelight casting movement across painted walls, the voices of many rising in unison during a ceremony whose details we can only guess. Archaeologists believe that the apsidal layout may have had symbolic meaning, echoing the form of the human body or representing cosmic order. Each apse could have served a different function, guiding participants through a ritual sequence. The central passage acts almost like a spine, connecting the chambers into a coherent whole. It is a design repeated in other Maltese temples, but Ggantija remains among the earliest and most imposing examples. The question arises, why here, on a small island in the Mediterranean, did people build on such a colossal scale so early in human history? One answer lies in Malta's geography. The islands sit at a crossroads of seafaring routes, a place where cultures and ideas could converge. Even in the Neolithic, communities here may have been connected through trade and exchange, giving rise to a culture that valued monumental expression as a way of defining identity. Another possibility is that the very isolation of the islands encouraged monumental building. To live on a small island is to be aware of boundaries, of the sea as both protector and barrier. By raising temples of stone, the builders of Ggantija may have been asserting permanence against the horizon of the ocean. When the complex was rediscovered and excavated in the 19th century, its scale astonished European visitors. Some could scarcely believe it was Neolithic, preferring to imagine that giants or forgotten civilizations had raised the stones. Though archaeology has since placed the temples firmly within the human story, the sense of awe has never diminished. Even today, visitors often describe a feeling of disproportion, as though the builders intended to humble those who entered, to remind them of forces greater than themselves. The rituals enacted within Ggantija remain unknown, but traces survive. Animal bones, scattered around hearths, suggest offerings or feasts. The figurines hint at fertility rites, ceremonies tied to the cycles of life and renewal. The alignment of the temples toward the southeast suggests a connection to the rising sun, linking stone with sky in a rhythm of dawn and season. Each element points to a worldview in which human life was inseparable from cosmic order, where architecture was not simply shelter but a vessel of belief. The more one studies Ggantija, the clearer it becomes that these were not crude beginnings. They were mature expressions of an already developed architectural tradition. The people who built here were not experimenting but working within a system of design they understood well. Other temples across Malta share similarities, but Ggantija stands out for its scale and antiquity, the apex of a tradition that would last for centuries. Eventually, the culture that built the temples disappeared. By 2,500 years before the Common Era, the temples were no longer used. The reasons are uncertain. Climate change, deforestation, or social transformation may have contributed. Whatever the cause, the great sanctuaries fell silent, their stones slowly buried by earth and time. Yet they remained, waiting to be rediscovered, reminders that human ambition reached extraordinary heights long before the familiar civilizations of antiquity. The sense of time carried by Ggantija is almost overwhelming. To stand among its stones is to be confronted with 5,000 years of continuity. The blocks have not only survived but remained upright, their weight pressing down through centuries of change. Empires have risen and fallen, languages have been born and died, yet these stones remain, a testament to the enduring will of their builders. As one reflects on the Ggantija Temples, it is impossible not to wonder what other monuments may lie hidden, what other stories remain untold. The Neolithic world was far more complex, far more ambitious than we once believed. Each discovery expands the horizon of human history, pushing back the boundaries of what we thought possible. The Ggantija Temples remind us that mystery is not confined to myth. It is carved into stone, waiting patiently across millennia for us to ask questions that may never be fully answered. The sanctuaries of Gozo continue to speak, not in words, but in presence, urging us to recognize the depth of time and the creativity of those who lived long before written history began. And while this chapter draws to a close, the journey continues. Another site, far removed in place and purpose, carries its own story of stone, alignment, and mystery. What was raised there, and why, will be the next step in unraveling the forbidden discoveries built before history itself began. At dawn on the equinox, something remarkable happens on a rocky terrace overlooking the sea of southern Malta. The first light of morning travels across the horizon, enters through the doorway of an ancient stone temple, and falls directly on a carved slab within its chamber. The effect is not accidental. The Mnajdra Temples were built more than 5,000 years ago, with an awareness of the heavens so precise that they still mark the turning of the seasons today. To step into Mnajdra is to step into a dialogue between earth and sky. The complex consists of 3 structures, each built in the distinctive Maltese megalithic style, with massive limestone blocks forming curving walls and apses that branch outward from central passages. But it is the middle temple that most captivates scholars and visitors alike. Its doorway and interior slabs are aligned to astronomical events, creating a kind of Neolithic calendar in stone. During the spring and autumn equinoxes, the rising sun shines straight down the temple's axis, illuminating the center of the passage. On the summer solstice, the first rays strike one side of the doorway. On the winter solstice, they strike the other. The builders of Mnajdra were not simply raising walls, they were crafting instruments of time, sanctuaries where the rhythms of the cosmos could be measured, celebrated, and embodied in ritual. The knowledge required to achieve such precision is astonishing. To align massive doorways and slabs with astronomical events demands generations of observation. It means watching the sun rise and set year after year, marking its movements across the horizon and recording those changes in memory, story, or perhaps in small-scale models long since lost. The builders of Mnajdra had no written language, no metal tools, yet they mastered a kind of cosmic architecture that still functions 5 millennia later. The choice of location adds to the wonder. Mnajdra stands on a terrace overlooking the Mediterranean, with nothing obstructing its view of the horizon. Behind it, the land rises into rocky hills. Before it, the sea stretches into vastness. The temple becomes a threshold, a liminal place where the human world meets the expanse of sky and ocean. Its builders understood not only how to mark time, but where to do so, situating their monument in a place that magnified its meaning. Inside, the architecture reveals further sophistication. The apses curve outward from a central axis, their walls built from megaliths weighing several tons. Some stones were carefully dressed, their surfaces smoothed and even decorated with pitted carvings, rows of dots, forming patterns whose meaning is still debated. The arrangement of spaces suggests ritual movement. One can imagine participants processing through the doorway at dawn, standing in the chamber as sunlight entered, watching the stone itself come alive with the glow of the sun. Fragments of pottery, tools, and figurines discovered at the site indicate that rituals of fertility, renewal, and seasonal change may have taken place here. Animal remains hint at feasting or offerings. The alignment with the solar cycle strongly suggests that Mnajdra was a place where communities gathered to mark the agricultural calendar, to celebrate planting and harvest, life and death, endings and beginnings. What is perhaps most striking about Mnajdra is that it embodies both permanence and change. The stones remain fixed, yet their meaning unfolds only in motion, when light moves, when time advances, when people gather to watch. The temple is not merely a structure, it is an instrument through which the builders wove themselves into the rhythms of the cosmos. In this way, Mnajdra is as much about connection as it is about construction. Archaeologists often compare Mnajdra to other ancient monuments aligned to celestial events: Stonehenge in England, Newgrange in Ireland, Chaco Canyon in North America. But Mnajdra predates many of these and stands among the earliest known examples of such precise astronomical design. It challenges the assumption that sophisticated astronomy required advanced civilizations. Here, in the Neolithic islands of Malta, communities not only observed the sky, but inscribed its patterns into stone. The act of aligning architecture to the heavens is not trivial. It transforms space into meaning. To step into Mnajdra at the right moment of the year would have been to witness the sun itself joining in ceremony, its rays confirming the turning of seasons, its presence sanctifying the gathering. For people whose lives depended on the cycles of planting and harvest, this was not abstract knowledge, it was survival, order, and perhaps even reassurance that the cosmos itself was aligned with their efforts. The construction of Mnajdra required immense effort. The limestone blocks, some weighing up to 20 tons, had to be quarried, shaped, and transported. Without wheels or metal, the builders likely used wooden rollers, ropes of plant fiber, and sheer manpower. The placement of each block demanded coordination and foresight, ensuring that the doorway would align perfectly with the horizon. To imagine such labor carried out without modern tools is to glimpse the determination and ingenuity of a people who believed their work carried meaning beyond themselves. Over time, the temples fell into disuse. By around 2,500 years before the Common Era, the culture that built them had vanished, leaving no written record of its beliefs or rituals. The stones remained, weathered by wind and rain, partially buried by soil, but still standing. When rediscovered and studied in modern times, they revealed a sophistication that continues to challenge assumptions about the so-called primitive Neolithic. Today, Mnajdra is recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, protected not only for its age, but for its significance as one of the world's earliest known solar observatories. Visitors who come at dawn on the solstices or equinoxes can still witness the ancient alignment. The experience is hauntingly beautiful, light pouring into chambers where people once gathered, stone and sun meeting as they did thousands of years ago. It is a reminder that time is both fleeting and eternal, that the same sun which marked the seasons for Neolithic farmers still rises and falls in the same rhythm. The artistry of Mnajdra extends beyond its astronomical function. The curving walls, the careful placement of stones, the carved decorations all suggest a people who valued beauty as well as utility. The temple was not merely a calendar, but a sanctuary where form, function, and meaning converged. Each block was more than material. It was part of a vision, a collective statement that life itself was intertwined with the cosmos. Speculation abounds about the spiritual beliefs of Mnadra's builders. Some see in the temple's curves and figurines a cult of fertility, centered on the cycles of birth and renewal. Others imagine a cosmology that connected earth and sky, human life and celestial order. Whatever the specific beliefs, the architecture makes one thing clear. These were not societies content with survival alone. They reached for understanding, for connection, for ways to anchor themselves in a universe that could seem both generous and unpredictable. The endurance of Mnajdra is also remarkable. To have survived more than 5,000 years in a harsh maritime climate is testimony to both the durability of its construction and the resilience of limestone as a medium. Yet its survival is not just physical. Its meaning persists. Each visitor who witnesses the alignment of the sun continues the dialogue begun by its builders, a dialogue that spans millennia and transcends language. In reflecting on Mnajdra, one senses that the Neolithic was not a time of ignorance, but of curiosity and ambition. Its people may not have written books or forged iron, but they built sanctuaries that spoke to the deepest human desire, to find order in the cosmos, to connect the rhythms of life with the movements of the heavens. Mnajdra is not a relic of superstition. It is a monument to understanding, a testament to the capacity of early humans to see beyond the horizon of their own lives. As the sun once again sets beyond the sea and the light fades from the chambers of Mnajdra, we are reminded that history is not linear. It is a tapestry of forgotten achievements, of cultures that reached astonishing heights only to vanish, leaving behind stones that still carry their message. The Mnajdra Temples continue to stand, guardians of a mystery that no single explanation can resolve, and while their alignments speak of order and precision, they also remind us of what remains unknown. For if Neolithic builders could inscribe the cosmos into stone on a Mediterranean terrace 5,000 years ago, what other achievements might lie hidden, waiting to be rediscovered? The journey into the ancient world is far from finished. Another site, another story, waits just beyond Mnajdra, different in form, yet no less compelling in its challenge to what we think we know about the past. The coast of Brittany holds a landscape unlike any other in Europe. Stretching for miles, thousands of granite monoliths rise from the earth, arranged not haphazardly but in vast, deliberate avenues. This is Carnac, one of the world's largest and most enigmatic megalithic sites. Standing among its stones is to stand in the presence of a mystery that has resisted explanation for millennia. The scale alone is staggering. More than 3,000 stones are set in rows, enclosures, and clusters. Some are small, scarcely a meter high, while others tower above 6 meters, weighing several tons. They are arranged with uncanny precision, lines stretching across fields, converging at points, forming patterns that suggest intent far beyond mere chance. The question that lingers is not only how they were placed, but why. What compelled Neolithic communities to devote such immense effort to arranging stones in avenues that stretch across the French countryside? Theories abound. Some scholars see in Carnac an astronomical observatory, its alignments marking solstices, equinoxes, or lunar cycles. Others imagine it as a sacred landscape, a stage for ritual processions, ceremonies tied to fertility, death, or the turning of seasons. There are those who suggest that the stones acted as territorial markers, defining the identity of a people in relation to the land. Yet none of these explanations fully encompass the enormity of what was built here between 4,500 and 3,300 years before the Common Era. What is most striking is the sense of scale and repetition. Unlike single monuments such as Stonehenge, Carnac is not a circle, but a field of lines, as though the builders sought to impose rhythm upon the land itself. The stones march across the landscape in long rows, some stretching over a kilometer, converging at mounds or cairns that once held tombs. To walk these lines is to feel as though one is following an ancient procession, guided not by words or music, but by stone itself. The stones vary in size depending on their placement. At the western ends of the alignments, the stones are tallest, massive uprights that rise with imposing presence. As the lines extend eastward, the stones gradually diminish in height, as if receding into the horizon. This graduated effect suggests intentional design, perhaps symbolizing transition, movement, or the passage of time. It is as though the builders crafted not only space, but narrative, telling a story in stone that has long since been forgotten. Archaeological excavations around Carnac have revealed traces of settlements and burials, suggesting that the alignments were part of a broader ritual landscape. Nearby, dolmens and passage graves testify to the same period of construction, binding the stones into a network of sacred sites. Pottery fragments, tools, and human remains connect the alignments to everyday life, yet the stones themselves remain set apart, monumental in both scale and intent. The act of moving and placing such stones required extraordinary organization. The granite blocks were quarried from nearby sources, shaped with stone tools, and dragged across fields. Without wheels or draft animals, the builders likely used sledges, ropes, and wooden rollers, coordinating dozens of people for each stone. The precision of placement, with rows remaining remarkably straight across uneven terrain, speaks of careful planning and collective effort on a scale difficult to imagine. One of the enduring mysteries of Carnac is its longevity. The alignments were not built in a single moment, but over centuries, perhaps even millennia, with successive generations adding, reshaping, and extending the stones. This continuity suggests a cultural memory that spanned countless lifetimes, a tradition so deeply rooted that its meaning remained vital for thousands of years. It is rare in human history for any practice to persist so long, and this alone marks Carnac as extraordinary. The stones have inspired countless interpretations beyond archaeology. Local legends once attributed them to giants turned to stone, or to the Roman legions of Julius Caesar petrified in an instant. In the 18th and 19th centuries, antiquarians imagined them as druid temples, places where ancient priests carried out arcane rituals. Though these stories lack archaeological basis, they reflect the awe Carnac inspires, a site so immense that myth becomes the only language that seems adequate. Modern studies using satellite imagery and computer modeling have revealed that some alignments do indeed correlate with solar and lunar events. Certain rows appear to point toward the midsummer sunrise, while others align with the extreme positions of the moon. If intentional, this would place Carnac among the earliest astronomical observatories, a place where stone was used not only to mark space, but to chart the heavens. Yet even this does not resolve the full mystery, for the sheer number of stones and complexity of their arrangement suggest purposes beyond simple observation. To imagine Carnac as a ceremonial landscape is to envision gatherings of hundreds, perhaps thousands, moving through the rows of stone in ritual procession. Fires might have been lit, drums beaten, offerings placed at cairns or beneath monoliths. The stones, then, were not merely objects, but participants, shaping the experience of those who gathered, guiding their movement, framing their ceremonies in patterns both earthly and celestial. It is also possible that the alignments functioned as markers of identity, binding scattered communities into a shared tradition. By contributing to the raising of stones, each generation renewed its connection to the land and to ancestors who had walked there before. In this sense, Carnac may have been less about a single purpose than about continuity itself, a practice of marking the world in ways that transcended immediate need. Today, the Carnac stones remain a subject of fascination not only for scholars but for travelers from around the globe. Their presence is overwhelming, their meaning elusive. To walk among them is to feel caught between time and timelessness, surrounded by the labor of people who lived more than 6,000 years ago, yet whose vision continues to shape the land. Preservation has become a challenge. For centuries, farmers cleared stones, roads cut through alignments, and weather eroded surfaces. In modern times, fences and protections have been placed, limiting access in order to preserve what remains. Yet the mystery endures, as thousands of granite uprights continue to rise against the Breton sky, their purpose debated, their silence undisturbed. Carnac does not yield easy answers. Perhaps that is its greatest lesson. In an age where we seek explanations for every anomaly, Carnac resists closure. It remains open, a field of stones that invites speculation but defies final interpretation. Whether observatory, sanctuary, procession ground, or all of these at once, its meaning lies in the act of engagement, in the questions it continues to provoke. To end here is not to conclude, but to pause. The stones of Carnac remind us that history is not a straight line, but a landscape of possibilities. Each monument a marker of paths we have only begun to trace. From Jericho to Orkney, from Malta to Brittany, we see communities reaching beyond the immediate, raising stones that still speak across millennia. Carnac stands as a monument not only to the ingenuity of the Neolithic, but to the enduring human desire to mark the world with meaning. Its avenues stretch into the horizon, its stones fixed in place, yet its purpose remains fluid, shifting with each generation that contemplates them. And so we leave Carnac behind, not with resolution, but with perspective. The alignments remind us that mystery itself has value, that unanswered questions keep the past alive. Another site waits ahead, with stones just as compelling. A place where human hands shaped monuments that challenged the limits of what we think was possible before history began. Scattered across a hilltop near Évora in southern Portugal stands one of Europe's oldest and most intriguing monuments. Dozens upon dozens of granite monoliths rise from the soil, some leaning, some upright, all of them weathered by millennia of wind and rain. This is the Almendres Cromlech, a dense gathering of stones that predates Stonehenge by more than 1,000 years and continues to puzzle archaeologists and visitors alike. At first glance, the stones may seem chaotic, an assortment of uneven blocks strewn across a field. But step back, take in the arrangement from above, and patterns emerge. Ovals and circles form in the clearing. Alignments stretch across the horizon, and clusters appear to hold meaning far greater than their individual stones. To see Almendres is to understand that its builders were not scattering rocks. They were composing something deliberate, something bound to sky and season. The site dates to between 6,000 and 5,000 years before the Common Era, making it one of the oldest megalithic constructions in the Western world. That age alone would be enough to make it extraordinary, but Almendres carries significance beyond antiquity. Its stones appear to track celestial events, aligning with the rising sun during solstices and equinoxes. This suggests that its builders were not only skilled in quarrying and transporting massive blocks, but also practiced observers of the heavens, embedding astronomical knowledge into architecture. The sheer number of stones sets Almendres apart. Nearly 100 survive today, though scholars believe there were once more. Some stand only waist-high, while others stretch taller than a person, their surfaces rounded and smoothed, likely by human hands. Several stones bear carvings, concentric circles, lines, and hollows, symbols whose meanings remain uncertain. Were they representations of the sun and moon, depictions of cycles and rhythms, or markings of identity? The engravings resist easy interpretation, yet they confirm that these stones were more than markers. They were canvases for ideas. The hill itself was carefully chosen. From its crest, the horizon opens in all directions, providing clear views of sunrise and sunset. This is crucial for understanding the purpose of Almendres. Here, the builders could watch the sun's journey across the year, noting its furthest points at solstice and its balance at equinox. By raising stones in alignment with these points, they created a permanent calendar, a place where time could be measured not in days alone, but in the great turning of seasons. For a Neolithic farming society, such knowledge was essential. Planting and harvesting depended on timing, and timing depended on the sky. To know when spring truly began, when the longest day had come, or when the cycle of winter was nearing its end was to secure survival. Almendres may have been both practical and spiritual, a tool for marking time and a sanctuary for honoring the forces that governed it. Imagine the gatherings that may have taken place here thousands of years ago. At dawn on the solstice, people approach the field of stones. As the first light rises, it falls precisely between certain uprights, casting illumination across the clearing in a way observed and remembered for generations. The sun is not merely rising, it is participating in the ceremony, joining earth and sky in a moment of profound connection. The community watches, perhaps singing or chanting, perhaps feasting later in the day, each person aware that their lives are part of a rhythm greater than themselves. The labor required to create such a place was immense. The granite used for the stones is local, but even so, each block had to be cut, shaped, and transported. Without metal tools or wheels, the builders likely used stone hammers to shape surfaces, ropes of plant fiber to drag the blocks, and wooden rollers or sledges to move them. Organizing such work required collective effort, planning, and leadership. These were not isolated families, but communities bound together by the shared vision of raising stones that would outlast them. The engravings add further complexity. On some stones, shallow depressions form patterns resembling constellations. On others, spirals and concentric circles appear, images often associated with cycles, fertility, or cosmology. One particularly notable stone bears a series of cut marks that may correspond to lunar phases. These designs suggest that Almendres was not simply about marking the sun's path, but about embedding a broader worldview into stone, one that connected the cycles of earth, sky, and life into a unified system. Almendres was not a single project built all at once. Evidence suggests that it developed over centuries, with new stones added, arrangements modified, and engravings carved at different times. This gradual growth points to a tradition maintained across generations, a cultural memory preserved not in writing but in practice. Each stone set into place was not just an act of construction but of continuation, a renewal of connection to the site and to the cosmos. For modern archaeologists, Almendres has become a key site for understanding Neolithic Europe. It challenges assumptions that complex astronomical alignments were later inventions. Here, long before Stonehenge or the temples of Malta, people were already inscribing celestial knowledge into their landscapes. The site confirms that the Neolithic was not simply about subsistence farming, but about intellectual curiosity, symbolic thought, and collective creativity. Visitors to Almendres often describe the atmosphere of the place as unusual. The stones seem to carry presence, not because of mysticism, but because of scale and age. To stand among them is to be surrounded by decisions made 6,000 or 7,000 years ago, decisions that still hold shape in the earth. Each stone is a reminder of hands long vanished, of eyes that watched the same horizon we watch now, of communities that sought to anchor themselves in time. What is perhaps most remarkable is the endurance of their vision. The people who raised these stones could never have imagined that they would remain upright for millennia, visited by distant descendants who would marvel at their design. Yet here they are, still marking the cycles of the sun, still aligning with the horizon as precisely as the day they were set. Their builders sought permanence, and in this they succeeded beyond measure. Interpretation remains open. Was Almendres primarily a solar observatory, a place to track the agricultural calendar? Was it a sacred site where rituals of fertility and renewal took place? Was it a gathering ground for alliances, marriages, and feasts, the stones serving as witnesses to the bonds of community? Each possibility carries weight, and perhaps all are true. Human life is not one-dimensional, and the stones may have embodied practical, spiritual, and social meaning all at once. Archaeological work continues, and with each discovery, the site grows more fascinating. Soil analysis has revealed traces of hearths and offerings, pottery fragments, and tools. These finds connect the Cromlech not only to the abstract world of astronomy, but to the lived world of meals, gatherings, and ritual acts. Almendres was not a place of isolation. It was a place of gathering where life and cosmos met in a shared rhythm. Today, the Almendres Cromlech is recognized as one of the most significant megalithic sites in Iberia. Though less famous than Stonehenge or Carnac, it is in many ways more ancient and equally important. Its stones, weathered but resilient, continue to align with the sun as they have for thousands of years. Each solstice and equinox renews the monument's meaning, linking past and present in cycles that have not broken since the first stone was set upright. To walk among the stones at sunset when the sky glows over the Portuguese plains is to feel that history is not distant but immediate, not forgotten, but alive in the ground beneath one's feet. The Cromlech does not need explanation to impress, its presence is enough. Yet the mystery is what gives it power. Without a definitive answer, Almendres continues to provoke questions, to inspire wonder, to remind us that the Neolithic world was far richer and more ambitious than we once believed. The field at Evora is a chapter written in granite, a chapter we can read only in fragments, but one that nonetheless reshapes how we think about beginnings. The Almendres Cromlech stands not only as an ancient monument, but as a bridge across time, connecting the rhythms of the sky to the rhythms of human life. Its story, though powerful, is not the final word. Other places await, carrying their own mysteries, their own visions carved in stone. From Portugal, the journey moves onward, deeper into the past, toward monuments that continue the same conversation. How humanity, long before history was written, sought to leave messages that time itself could not erase. At first sight, it looks like a sloping hill, a mound of stone and earth that might pass unnoticed against the rugged coast of northern Brittany, but as you approach, the sheer scale becomes impossible to ignore. This is no natural formation. The Barnenez cairn, stretching more than 70 meters across a headland and rising almost 9 meters high, is one of Europe's oldest and most imposing megalithic mausolea. Beneath its layered terraces of granite lie passage graves built more than 6,000 years ago, chambers where the earliest farming communities of this region placed their dead. The monument is staggering not only for its size, but also for its antiquity. Construction began around 4,800 years before the Common Era and continued for centuries, making Barnenez older than the Egyptian pyramids and nearly as vast in scale. An estimated 13,000 tons of stone were required to complete the cairn, a feat that still raises questions about how Neolithic people without metal tools or wheeled vehicles could conceive and execute such a project. Barnenez is not a single tomb, but a complex of many. Archaeologists have identified at least 11 distinct chambers, each accessed by a passage lined with massive stone slabs. These passages lead inward to spaces roofed with corbelled stone, designed to carry the crushing weight of the cairn above. Some chambers were among the earliest built, later enclosed and expanded as the cairn grew larger. This layered construction suggests that Barnenez was not a sudden creation, but the product of long-term commitment, a project renewed across generations. Step into one of the surviving chambers, and you find walls etched with carvings. Spirals, arcs, and axe-like motifs decorate the slabs, their meaning uncertain but their presence undeniable. These symbols connect Barnenez to a wider network of Neolithic art, seen also in Brittany's other passage graves and in distant places, such as Ireland's Newgrange. They hint at a shared symbolic language across vast distances, a worldview communicated in lines and shapes carved into stone. Whether they represented the cycle of life and death, the power of the ancestors, or forces of fertility and renewal, the engravings transformed the tombs from mere repositories of the dead into sanctuaries of meaning. The cairn's location is no less striking than its scale. Perched on a headland overlooking the Bay of Morlaix, it commands sweeping views of the sea. For a people tied to farming, fishing, and exchange across waterways, this position was surely deliberate. To build their mausoleum here was to place their dead at the meeting point of land and ocean, anchoring memory not only to soil, but to horizon. In this sense, Barnenez is both tomb and landmark, a monument to permanence visible from afar. The logistics of construction are difficult to fathom. Without draft animals or wheels, the builders likely transported stones on wooden sledges, dragging them across the ground with ropes made from plant fibers. Teams of people would have been required to coordinate each stage, hauling, stacking, and shaping stone after stone. The stepped design of the cairn, with its terraced profile, may have been both practical and symbolic. Practical in distributing the immense weight across layers, symbolic in rising tier upon tier toward the sky. Inside, the atmosphere of the tombs must have been powerful. Imagine a procession carrying the body of a community member along the passage, placing remains deep within the chamber, then sealing the entrance with stone. These rituals were repeated again and again across centuries until the cairn held not one or two, but generations of the dead. Barnenez was not the monument of an individual ruler. It was a collective tomb, a communal inheritance, its chambers open to families, clans, or perhaps the entire settlement. The cairn eventually fell into disuse, its entrances closed, its meaning forgotten. Over thousands of years, earth covered the stones, and Barnenez became a mound mistaken for a hill. Its rediscovery was almost accidental. In the 1950s, quarry workers began cutting into it for stone, exposing passages and chambers within. Archaeologists quickly recognized the significance, halting destruction and beginning excavation. What they uncovered was not only a tomb, but a revelation. Europe's earliest large-scale stone monument, proof that Neolithic Brittany was capable of architectural achievements rivaling those of more famous ancient civilizations. The discovery transformed understanding of Europe's prehistoric past. Before Barnenez, large monuments were often associated with the Near East or Mediterranean. Here, however, on the edge of the Atlantic, people were raising massive cairns at a time when much of the continent was still transitioning to farming. This challenges assumptions about where complexity arises. Barnenez demonstrates that monumental architecture was not limited to river valleys or great empires, but could emerge wherever communities gathered, believed, and built together. The carvings inside the cairn remain among its most fascinating mysteries. The spiral is a motif found across many Neolithic sites, often interpreted as a symbol of cycles: birth, death, rebirth, the turning of seasons. The axe-like forms may represent tools of ritual or power, connecting the tombs to both practical life and symbolic authority. Whatever their meaning, they remind us that the people of Barnenez were not only engineers, but artists, shaping ideas as well as stone. Barnenez also reveals the social structure of its builders. To create such a monument required labor far beyond the capacity of a single family. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, would have worked together, coordinating efforts across years. This suggests communities organized around shared goals and shared beliefs, with rituals of burial binding them together. The cairn is therefore not only a monument to the dead, but to the living society that raised it. Today, Barnenez has been stabilized and restored, its chambers made accessible to visitors. Walking along its terraces, you see the enormity of its construction, each stone placed with intent, each layer stacked toward permanence. Step inside a passage, and you sense the weight above, the careful engineering that allowed these chambers to survive more than 6,000 years. Though the remains once buried within have long since vanished, the monument itself remains, carrying forward the presence of those who conceived it. Barnenez is not a relic frozen in the past. It continues to shape the present, reminding us that memory and architecture have been intertwined since the earliest days of settled life. Its stones challenge the notion that Neolithic people were simple or unsophisticated. Instead, they reveal a culture capable of vision, complexity, and permanence. The cairn is a testament to humanity's oldest instinct, to mark life and death with structures that transcend generations. As the Atlantic air moves across the headland, the cairn still watches the sea, its terraces layered with stone, its passages leading inward to chambers of meaning. More than 6,000 years after its construction, it has lost none of its power to provoke wonder. Barnenez closes this chapter of our journey with the weight of permanence. Its stones tell us that long before history was written, people here had already found ways to connect memory, land, and time. Yet even as this monument speaks, other places wait. Sites that carry their own mysteries, carved by hands as ancient, raised with visions just as profound. The story does not pause here. It moves quietly forward, deeper into the landscapes of forbidden discoveries built before history began. From the sky, it first appeared as nothing more than a faint discoloration across a farmer's field in Saxony-Anhalt, Germany. When airplanes passed overhead in the late 20th century and photographs were later studied, the shapes became undeniable. Curved lines, perfectly measured, formed a circle 75 meters across. Marks in the soil traced arcs that were not made by nature but by human intention nearly 7,000 years earlier. What looked like a subtle variation in crops from above was in fact one of the most extraordinary discoveries in European prehistory. The place is called the Goseck Circle. At its core, it is deceptively simple: a ditch, a ring of timber posts, and 3 gates breaking the enclosure. Yet within that simplicity lies a design so precise that it bridges heaven and earth. 2 of its gates align with the rising and setting sun on the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year. A third faces north, providing a fixed point of orientation. Taken together, these features make the site one of the earliest known observatories in the world and the earliest firmly dated example in Europe. The Goseck Circle was constructed around 4,900 years before the Common Era, long before written records appeared on the continent. It belonged to a people who left no texts, no inscriptions, only traces of settlements, pottery, tools, and monuments such as this. They were farmers and herders, the descendants of communities who had spread agriculture from the Near East into Europe millennia before. They raised cattle, cultivated grain, and lived in villages of timber houses. Yet the circle shows they were also observers of the sky, thinkers who tracked the movements of celestial bodies and embedded that knowledge into enduring architecture. To understand its importance, imagine standing at the center of the original enclosure. Tall oak posts rise around you, forming a palisade that blocks most of the horizon. The earth ditch encircles the site, reinforcing the boundary between inside and outside. Only 3 narrow openings break the wooden wall. Through the southeastern gate, the sun rises precisely on the morning of the winter solstice. Through the southwestern gate, it sets that same evening. The sun enters, crosses, and departs in measured sequence. The sky has been framed, the year fixed into architecture. Why did this matter? For Neolithic societies, survival depended on the seasons. The winter solstice marked both danger and hope, the darkest point of the year when food stores dwindled, but also the turning point when light began to return. To capture this event in a monument gave reassurance that the cycle would continue. It also gave structure to communal life, creating a place where the community could gather, perform rituals, and affirm that order persisted amid uncertainty. The construction itself was formidable. The ditch was dug with stone tools and antler picks, cutting through heavy soil by hand. The timber posts, likely hundreds in number, were felled, trimmed, and carried to the site. They had to be set in precise arcs, each aligned by careful measurement. Achieving the solstitial alignments required years of observation, marking where the sun rose and set, then fixing those points in relation to the circle. What seems simple today was extraordinary in a world without compasses, metal, or mathematics as we know them. Excavations revealed more than just architecture. Within the ditch and around the gates, archaeologists found animal bones, broken pottery, and traces of fire. Some of these were likely offerings, remnants of feasts or ceremonies. More disturbing were fragments of human remains, some bearing signs of violence. This has led to speculation that ritual sacrifice took place at Goseck, linking the observatory not only to measurement, but also to rites of blood and renewal. While interpretations vary, what is clear is that the circle was a place where cosmic cycles were bound to human acts, both celebratory and solemn. The dual nature of Goseck, part scientific, part ceremonial, is what makes it so remarkable. For its builders, there was no distinction between observing the heavens and conducting rituals. Measuring the sun's path was itself a sacred act, ensuring the return of light and life. The structure was at once a calendar, a sanctuary, and a communal gathering place. It embodied knowledge and belief in a single design, fusing practical necessity with profound meaning. The discovery of Goseck in 1991 changed how scholars view the European Neolithic. For decades, the narrative emphasized farming, settlement, and slow cultural development. Monumental architecture was seen as something that arose later in places like Stonehenge or the Great Passage tombs of Ireland. Yet Goseck predates Stonehenge by 2 millennia. It proves that communities in Central Europe were already constructing large-scale monuments aligned with celestial events in the 5th millennium before the Common Era. This pushes back the timeline of European monumentality and shows a level of sophistication previously unrecognized. Goseck also belongs to a broader pattern. Archaeologists have identified dozens of similar circular enclosures across Central Europe, often called roundels. Many date to roughly the same era. Most are defined by ditches and timber palisades, with entrances at specific orientations. Goseck is the best preserved and most precisely aligned, but it suggests that Neolithic people across the region shared a common concern with marking time and ritual in circular form. Each roundel may have been both a local center and part of a cultural network spreading knowledge across distances. The reconstruction at Goseck today allows visitors to step into that world. Wooden posts rise once more, guided by the original post holes. Walking inside, you feel the restricted view, the horizon narrowed to 3 gateways. On the solstice, crowds gather as the sun aligns with the openings, repeating a spectacle first observed thousands of years ago. The moment links present and past, showing that while cultures vanish, the sun follows the same path, rising and setting with unwavering rhythm. What makes the site powerful is its clarity. Unlike grander stone monuments, it does not overwhelm with scale. Instead, it impresses with precision and intent. The people who built it knew where the sun would rise and set, and they inscribed that knowledge into the earth. They created a place where community and cosmos met, where architecture transformed natural cycles into shared human experience. The implications ripple outward. Who controlled this knowledge? Did specialists, early priests or astronomer leaders, guide the building and lead the rituals? If so, they held authority by predicting the sun's return, granting them influence over life and death. Or was the circle a truly communal creation, built by many hands without hierarchy? The evidence is ambiguous, and perhaps that is fitting. The circle itself resists reduction to one purpose or meaning. It is many things at once: a calendar, a sanctuary, a ritual ground, a reminder of how deeply human societies have always sought to find order in the heavens. The Goseck Circle stands today as both ruin and reconstruction, memory and revival. It survived because the soil preserved its plan, waiting for aerial surveys to reveal it once more. Its rediscovery invites us to look differently at Europe's deep past, to see that even without writing or metal, people were capable of extraordinary insight and achievement. They did not simply react to nature, they measured it, shaped it, and made it part of their lives through architecture. As the winter sun dips behind the horizon, the reconstructed posts of Goseck frame its path exactly as they did in the 5th millennium before the Common Era. The same light, the same horizon, the same turning of the year connects us to them. The circle is no longer a mystery hidden beneath farmland. It is a reminder of how long humans have looked upward, seeking meaning in the vast rhythm of the sky. And while the gates of Goseck continue to catch the solstice sun, other ancient places, far from this German plain, hold their own alignments and their own mysteries. Each site carries a different vision, another way of binding earth to sky. Those stories wait to be told, each one deepening the sense that humanity's first great constructions were more than shelters or defenses. They were instruments of thought, built with intention, carrying secrets across the ages. The mountain draws the eye first. Rising from the plains of Andalusia, its form resembles a human face lying on its back, gazing eternally toward the sky. Locals call it La Peña de los Enamorados, the Lover's Rock. For as long as anyone can remember, legends have attached themselves to its slopes. Yet what lies across from this mountain is more extraordinary still. A passage tomb of such colossal construction that it rivals the feats of civilizations who came thousands of years later. This is the Dolmen of Menga, one of the most imposing monuments of Neolithic Europe. Built around 3,700 years before the Common Era, the dolmen consists of a long passage leading into a wide chamber roofed by massive stone slabs. Some of these slabs weigh more than 180 tons, so heavy that even today's cranes would struggle to lift them. Altogether, more than 32 great stones form the skeleton of the tomb. They are arranged with such care that the chamber still stands after nearly 6 millennia despite earthquakes, weather, and human activity. Most passage tombs in Europe are oriented toward astronomical events, often aligned with sunrise or sunset on solstices. Menga, however, breaks the pattern. Its passage does not face the rising sun. Instead, it points directly toward La Peña de los Enamorados, the mountain with the profile of a reclining figure. This unusual alignment has fascinated archaeologists for decades. It suggests that for the people who built Menga, the mountain itself carried a sacred significance, one powerful enough to dictate the orientation of their greatest monument. The dolmen's approach is imposing. A long corridor of upright stones forms a covered passage leading inward toward the burial chamber. Entering it feels like walking into the earth itself, yet the space opens into a wide interior supported by 3 massive pillars. These pillars, carved from stone, divide the chamber into bays, almost like the nave of a primitive cathedral. Overhead, the roof slabs span the chamber in breathtaking defiance of gravity. Each slab had to be dragged from a quarry, positioned with precision, and raised into place using nothing more than levers, ropes, and sheer human effort. The logistics remain astonishing. How could a community without wheels or metal tools transport blocks of such magnitude? Theories abound: sledges on wooden rollers, lubrication with animal fat, or labor from hundreds of individuals working in coordinated teams. However it was done, the achievement speaks of determination and skill far beyond what might be expected of a Neolithic village. It was not a casual effort, but a project that required planning across seasons, perhaps across generations. Inside the chamber, archaeologists discovered more than architecture. The floor contained multiple burial deposits, evidence that the tomb was used for generations. Yet even more striking is the presence of a deep vertical shaft cut into the bedrock beneath the chamber. Known as a pozo, or well, it descends nearly 20 meters into the earth. The function of this shaft is still debated. Was it a symbolic descent into the underworld, a place to deposit offerings, or a connection between the chamber of the dead and the depths of the earth itself? Whatever its purpose, the shaft reinforces the sense that Menga was more than a tomb. It was a monument of cosmic and spiritual resonance, binding mountain, earth, and human life into a single design. The orientation toward La Peña de los Enamorados adds another dimension. The mountain dominates the horizon, its profile unmistakable. Folklore preserved in later centuries spoke of tragic lovers who threw themselves from its summit. But such stories are far younger than the monument itself. For the Neolithic builders, the mountain may have represented an ancestor, a deity, or a guardian spirit. By aligning the tomb with this natural feature, they tied the memory of the dead to the permanence of the landscape. Unlike the shifting path of the sun, the mountain stood immovable, an eternal witness. Standing inside the dolmen today, the effect is humbling. The air is cool, the space cavernous. Looking outward along the passage, the mountain fills the frame, as if the entire monument were designed as a dialogue between stone and landscape. The choice feels deliberate, intentional. In this way, Menga challenges our assumptions. It shows that not all prehistoric monuments followed the same template. Astronomy mattered, but so did topography. Sacred meaning could be drawn not only from the heavens but also from the land itself. When the dolmen was first systematically studied in the 19th century, scholars were astonished by its scale. Excavations in the 20th and 21st centuries revealed further details. The quarry from which many of the stones were cut lies only a short distance away, suggesting that transport, while still formidable, may have been facilitated by proximity. Yet even with nearby sources, raising slabs of such size required ingenious methods. Some scholars believe earthen ramps were constructed, with stones hauled upward and slid into position. Others suggest pits were dug, the stones levered into place, then the pits backfilled. Each theory testifies to the immense labor involved. The Dolmen of Menga does not stand alone. Nearby are 2 other great monuments, Viera and El Romeral, together forming a megalithic landscape around the city of Antequera. Yet Menga remains the most striking, both for its orientation and for its massive scale. In 2016, UNESCO recognized this complex as a World Heritage Site, affirming its global significance. But the deeper significance of Menga lies not in official recognition, but in what it reveals about human imagination. Here was a community without writing, without metallurgy, without urban centers. Yet they conceived of and executed a project that still awes us thousands of years later. They were not passive farmers living at the mercy of nature. They were active creators, shaping stone and space to reflect their beliefs and their world. Consider the well beneath the chamber once more. Digging 20 meters into bedrock with antler picks and stone hammers would have taken immense time and effort. Such a feature cannot have been an afterthought. It suggests that the builders wanted to connect their monument not only to the mountain above, but to the depths below. The dolmen thus spans three realms: the earth beneath, the human world within, and the mountain beyond. It is architecture as cosmology, a model of existence rendered in stone. In later centuries, the dolmen faded from memory. Local populations knew of it, of course, but its true age was forgotten. Only with modern archaeology did its antiquity become clear. Today, standing inside, you can feel both the weight of its stones and the weight of time itself. Generations passed, civilizations rose and fell, and yet the chamber remains, aligned toward its mountain as it always has been. The Dolmen of Menga is a reminder that history did not begin with writing. It began with people who observed their world, invested meaning in it, and shaped it through labor that seems impossible even now. Its massive slabs, its deep shaft, its orientation toward La Peña de los Enamorados, all of these elements combine into a statement that transcends words. It is a monument that speaks not in language, but in presence. And as we leave the chamber, stepping once more into the Andalusian sunlight, the mountain still commands the view, just as it did when the tomb was first aligned toward its slopes. The dialogue between stone and landscape continues, unchanged across thousands of years. The dolmen stands as both question and answer, a monument to mystery itself. What comes next in this journey through the ancient world will not look the same as Menga, nor will it follow the same logic. Each monument offers its own vision, its own way of binding people to place, sky, and earth. The path forward leads into another story, waiting with its own surprises, shaped by hands long gone yet never fully forgotten. On a windswept plateau of southern Armenia, scattered across more than 7 hectares of open ground, hundreds of monoliths rise in uneven rows. They are weathered, leaning at angles, some broken, some standing firmly as they have for thousands of years. The locals call the place Zorat's Kara, meaning stones of the warriors, while another common name, Karahunj, simply translates as speaking stones. At first sight, the arrangement resembles chaos. Boulders and slabs set upright in no obvious pattern, but linger longer, and the order begins to reveal itself. A long central avenue stretches out. Rows of stones frame the landscape. Dozens of these monoliths contain circular holes drilled clean through their upper halves, as though intended to direct the gaze towards something specific. It is in those openings that the mystery of Karahunj lies. Archaeologists debate the age of this remarkable site. Some propose that its origins reach back to the 6th millennium before the Common Era, placing it among the world's earliest monumental constructions. Others argue for a date closer to the 2nd millennium before the Common Era, when Armenia's Bronze Age cultures flourished. What is certain is that the place is ancient, far older than written Armenian history, and that its builders had both purpose and vision in mind when they raised the stones. The perforations are perhaps the most striking feature. Roughly 80 of the monoliths have circular holes drilled through them, each hole angled slightly differently. Some appear to point toward the rising sun on the solstices and equinoxes. Others align with lunar paths. A few seem directed toward particular stars, including bright points that would have been highly visible in prehistoric skies. If these orientations are intentional, then Karahunj may have served as an astronomical observatory, a place where the cycles of heaven could be tracked with remarkable precision. To stand among the stones is to be surrounded by questions. Who cut these holes, and with what tools? The monoliths are made of basalt, a hard volcanic rock that resists simple shaping. Drilling through them would have required persistence and technique, perhaps involving wooden drills, abrasives, and steady streams of water. Each hole averages about 5 centimeters across, large enough for a human eye to peer through. Were they designed for stargazing, or did they serve another symbolic purpose? The site's layout adds to the intrigue. The central avenue of stones runs from north to south with offshoot rows extending east and west. At the northern end lies a circle of stones that some interpret as the ritual heart of the complex. The entire arrangement spans hundreds of meters, encompassing more than 200 upright stones in total. Taken together, the avenue, the circle, and the perforations suggest not random placement, but an integrated plan. Whether that plan was primarily astronomical, ritualistic, or funerary remains the subject of debate. Local legends gave the stones their name. Speaking stones may refer to the whistling sound produced when wind passes through the drilled holes, a phenomenon still audible today. To the ears of ancient people, such sounds may have seemed like voices, perhaps the voices of spirits or ancestors. Another interpretation holds that the holes amplified sound during ceremonies, allowing chants or instruments to resonate more deeply across the plateau. If so, the stones were not only instruments for watching the sky, but also instruments for shaping human experience on Earth. Excavations in the late 20th century uncovered burial mounds within and around the stone rows. This suggests that Karahunj was at least partly a necropolis, a city of the dead. The combination of tombs, stones, and celestial alignments may indicate that the site linked life, death, and the cosmos. The dead were buried beneath the gaze of the stars, their resting places aligned with the great cycles of the heavens. Such interpretations resonate with broader patterns found across the ancient world. From Newgrange in Ireland to Nabta Playa in Egypt, early societies built monuments that tied the lives of the living to the movements of the sun and stars. Karahunj fits within this tradition, though with its own distinctive elements. The drilled stones are unusual, rarely seen elsewhere. They suggest not just an awareness of celestial cycles, but an attempt to create devices, stone instruments, for measuring them directly. Not everyone agrees. Some scholars argue that the holes may have had no astronomical function at all. They could have been practical, used for placing timber beams or posts. Others suggest they were symbolic, representing eyes, gateways, or conduits to other realms. The problem is that without written records, interpretation remains speculative. What is clear is that the builders invested immense labor in carving and arranging the stones, an effort that would not have been undertaken without deep meaning. Walking through Karahunj at dusk or dawn, the atmosphere is striking. The plateau lies more than 1,700 meters above sea level, and the horizon stretches unbroken in all directions. The stones frame this expanse, turning the vast sky into a canvas. Looking through the perforations, you see narrow cones of vision that focus on single points. The place where the sun will rise tomorrow, the track of a bright star, the line of the Milky Way sweeping across the night. The experience suggests that the builders sought not only to observe but to channel, to bring the immensity of the heavens into intimate human scale. Modern astronomy has tested some of these alignments. In the 1990s, researchers from the Brewarrina observatory in Armenia surveyed the holes and compared them to celestial positions. They found plausible alignments with solstices and certain stellar risings, supporting the idea of astronomical purpose. Critics countered that with so many holes and stones, some alignments are bound to occur by chance. The debate continues, but even skeptics admit that the placement of the avenue and circle indicates deliberate orientation. Beyond astronomy, Karahunj may have served as a communal gathering place. Its vast layout could accommodate large groups, and its elevated position made it visible from surrounding valleys. Ceremonies, feasts, and rites of passage may have unfolded among the stones, with the perforations adding sound and sight effects that heightened the drama. The very act of gathering in such a monumental space would have reinforced social bonds and collective identity. For Armenians today, Karahunj carries symbolic weight. It is sometimes called the Armenian Stonehenge, though this comparison, while convenient, diminishes its unique character. Unlike Stonehenge, Karahunj is defined less by its circular enclosure and more by its long avenues and drilled stones. Its identity is distinctly local, tied to the Armenian highlands and the cultural currents that shaped them. The passage of time has left its mark. Many stones have fallen or fractured, their surfaces worn by centuries of wind and weather. Yet the site retains its power. Standing there, you sense continuity, the same sky above, the same mountains in the distance, the same winds sweeping the plateau. The people who raised the stones are gone, their names forgotten, but their vision remains carved into basalt. One of the most compelling aspects of Karahunj is its invitation to look both outward and inward. Outward toward the cosmos, through holes that may have framed stars and solstices. Inward toward the community, whose rituals and burials gave the site its human meaning. The stones connect these realms, making the plateau both observatory and sanctuary, both graveyard and stage. It is tempting to imagine the builders gathering on solstice nights, watching the sun or stars align with the stones. Perhaps fires burned, music played, chants rose into the cold air. Perhaps the dead were honored, their spirits believed to travel along the paths of light framed by basalt. We cannot know for certain, but the possibility lingers, encouraged by the stones themselves. Karahunj reminds us that prehistory was not a time of simplicity. It was a time of complexity expressed in different ways, not through writing or cities, but through stone, sky, and ceremony. The perforated monoliths, the rows and circles, the burials and alignments all testify to a culture that thought deeply about its place in the cosmos. As the sun sets behind the mountains of southern Armenia, the stones cast long shapes across the plateau. The wind rises, and through the drilled holes, faint tones emerge, as though the stones themselves are breathing. Whether those sounds were once heard as voices or as instruments of the cosmos, they carry across the field, linking present to past. Karahunj stands not as an answer, but as a question, one that continues to inspire both scholars and visitors. Its meaning may never be fully resolved, but perhaps that uncertainty is part of its power. To look through the holes, to walk the avenue, to stand in the circle is to participate in the mystery, just as those who built it did thousands of years ago. And as this journey moves onward, leaving behind the windswept plateau of Armenia, another ancient site waits, different in form, different in purpose, yet bound by the same human drive to shape stone, land, and sky into monuments that outlast time. Where the cliffs of southern Sweden meet the restless waters of the Baltic, the land narrows into a ridge of windswept earth. At the crest of this height, 79 boulders stand in measured order, each one planted firmly in the ground. From above, their arrangement is unmistakable, the outline of a ship, its prow directed toward the sea, its stern facing inland. This is Aile's Stones, or Aile's Stenar, a monument that transforms the simple act of placing rocks into an enduring image of voyage, ritual, and cosmic alignment. The scale of the formation is impressive without being overwhelming. Nearly 70 meters in length, it stretches longer than many modern vessels, and yet the individual stones are modest compared to the massive blocks of Malta or Brittany. Most rise no higher than 2 meters, but together they form a shape so striking that it could not have been accidental. The ship rests above the harborless coast like a vessel forever awaiting departure, a permanent link between earthbound communities and the eternal horizon. For centuries, people debated the origins of the stones. Folklore insisted that a king named Aile, a figure half remembered from sagas, was buried here with his ship. Others suggested a Viking memorial, perhaps raised in the 9th or 10th century of the Common Era. These stories, passed along through generations, reflect the human need to attach known heroes to mysterious structures. But modern archaeology has reached deeper into time. Radiocarbon evidence from charcoal and bone fragments found beneath the stones indicates that the monument belongs not to the Viking Age, but to the Nordic Bronze Age, likely erected around 1400 years before the Common Era. That places Aile's Stones among the oldest surviving ship settings in Scandinavia. The idea of shaping burial grounds or ritual sites as ships is a consistent theme in the region. Across Sweden, Denmark, and Norway, stone ships of varying sizes mark ancient cemeteries, though none are as grand as Aile's Stones. The symbolism is clear. In death, the soul journeys as if across water, carried away by the vessel that also carried the living through their worldly travels. The builders of Aile's Stones gave that journey permanence by carving it into the landscape itself. Yet Aile's Stones is not merely a grave marker. its placement and orientation reveals something far more complex. The long axis of the ship points directly toward the setting sun on the summer solstice and the rising sun on the winter solstice. On those days, light moves cleanly through the formation, settling between the stones in a way that suggests careful planning rather than coincidence. Other alignments may also exist, though debate continues over whether they were intentional or the result of chance. Still, the solstitial connection is undeniable. This celestial orientation adds a layer of meaning to the ship metaphor. The vessel becomes not only a means of crossing earthly seas, but also a frame for observing the eternal cycles of the sky. The builders watched the sun as it marked the longest and shortest days of the year, timing agricultural cycles, seasonal gatherings, and ritual observances. By linking their ship to these moments, they tied their community to the broader rhythm of nature, embedding their lives in cosmic order. Archaeological excavations have offered glimpses into the rituals once performed here. Traces of fire pits, cremated remains, and offerings of animal bones suggest that ceremonies unfolded within the ship's outline. The presence of both human and animal remains implies that sacrifices may have taken place, or that feasting accompanied funerary rites. Wooden posts discovered beneath some stones indicate that the monument might have been part of a larger complex, perhaps combining timber and stone in ways that no longer survive. The setting magnifies its significance. Perched more than 30 meters above the sea, the stone ship commands a view of the Baltic stretching to the horizon. To ancient seafarers, such a vantage point would have carried obvious practical and symbolic weight. From this cliff, one could watch both the cycles of the sun and the endless passage of ships. The boundary between life and death, between land and water, between earth and sky. These converged at Aile's stones. The stones themselves are made of granite and sandstone, materials available in the region, but still challenging to transport. Each weighs several tons, demanding communal effort to drag, lift, and plant upright. Such work required not only physical strength, but also coordination, planning, and shared purpose. Communities came together to raise this ship of stone, not for material gain, but for symbolic meaning. That investment of labor speaks to the power of belief and the centrality of ritual in the Bronze Age world. Some researchers suggest that Aile's stones also functioned as a calendar. By observing the rising and setting sun along the ship's axis, one could track the year's turning points. This would have been critical for societies dependent on agriculture, as well as for seafarers whose voyages depended on seasonal weather. The ship may therefore have doubled as both tomb and timekeeper, guiding not only the souls of the dead, but also the lives of the living. The site's durability has preserved its presence into modern times. Unlike many prehistoric monuments that were dismantled for building material, Aile's stones remained largely intact, perhaps protected by its isolated location or by the respect of surrounding communities. Over time, it became enmeshed in folklore, with tales of buried kings and supernatural powers. Even today, it attracts gatherings at solstices, where modern visitors reenact, knowingly or not, the observations made thousands of years ago. To walk the length of the ship is to move through a corridor of memory. The stones at the prow narrow the path, directing the gaze outward toward the Baltic, while the stern embraces the land behind. Standing at one end on midsummer evening, you see the sun descend directly along the axis, its light caught for a moment by the stones before it vanishes into the horizon. Standing at the other end on midwinter dawn, the same alignment occurs in reverse. It is as if the ship sails alternately into the light of summer and out of the darkness of winter, forever balancing the cycle of time. What thoughts passed through the minds of those who built it? Did they imagine their ancestors departing across a cosmic sea? Did they see the ship as a vessel of renewal, carrying the community itself through the seasons? Did they hope that by aligning with the sun, they were ensuring fertility of crops and safe passage on voyages? We cannot know for certain, but the stones suggest that such possibilities were not far from their vision. The monument also invites reflection on the universality of certain symbols. Across the world, from Polynesian canoe burials to Egyptian solar boats, ships appear as metaphors for transition, journey, and eternity. Aile's stones belongs to this global language, though expressed in the specific idiom of Northern Europe. It is both local and universal, tied to the Baltic cliffs, yet resonating with themes found across human cultures. Modern visitors often describe the site as peaceful and contemplative. The wind carries the salt air of the Baltic, the stones mark their unbroken outline, and the horizon opens wide. There is no need for elaborate interpretation to feel the monument's weight. Its power lies in its simplicity, a ship made of stone, fixed in place, yet forever speaking of movement and voyage. Archaeologists may continue to debate the exact purpose of Aile's stones, but perhaps its very ambiguity is what allows it to remain alive. Each generation finds in it what it seeks: a calendar, a grave, a temple, a legend. The ship sails through time carrying these interpretations like passengers, never confined to a single story. To leave the site is to feel a subtle shift. The stones remain behind, yet the image of the ship lingers in the mind, hovering between reality and metaphor. It is a reminder that even in the Bronze Age, people shaped monuments not merely for utility but for meaning, seeking to inscribe the vastness of the cosmos into the permanence of stone. The great ship of Aile's stones holds its course on the cliffs above the Baltic, a vessel of rock that never moves yet always travels, through seasons, through centuries, through the imagination of all who stand within its outline. Beyond it, other ancient works of equal mystery wait to be encountered, each one with its own vision, each one carrying the human story into yet another uncharted expanse. Across the forested foothills that slope toward the Black Sea, scattered among streams and ridges, stand thousands of stone chambers that share a single, striking feature. Each bears a round opening cut into its front slab, a portal no wider than the span of a human torso, as if designed for passage into a world unseen. These are the dolmens of the North Caucasus, a concentration of megalithic architecture so vast and uniform that it challenges assumptions about the abilities and intentions of the people who built them. Unlike isolated monuments found elsewhere in Europe, the dolmens here number in the thousands, dotting valleys and ridgelines from Abkhazia in the west to the foothills of Kabardino-Balkaria in the east. They appear singly, in clusters, or aligned in rows, sometimes accompanied by smaller stones set in patterns whose purpose is uncertain. Though weathered and in many cases partly collapsed, the majority preserve the same defining elements: upright slabs forming walls, a capstone as roof, and that perfectly round portal carved through the front. The uniformity is as striking as the scale. Regardless of whether a dolmen is massive or modest, whether it stands alone or among a cluster, the builders followed a consistent blueprint. The portal is always circular, usually centered, sometimes surrounded by carefully pecked decorative rings. The slabs fit with precision, in some cases so tightly that one could mistake them for cut masonry from millennia later. How such accuracy was achieved using stone tools alone remains a puzzle. Dating these structures has proven challenging. Excavations have yielded artifacts such as pottery shards, bronze ornaments, and stone tools, suggesting that the dolmens were built during the 3rd and 2nd millennia before the Common Era. Radiocarbon samples from nearby burials reinforce this timeline. If correct, the monuments belong to the same broad horizon as Stonehenge in Britain or the Great Passage tombs of Ireland. Yet the Caucasus dolmens are distinct in both form and sheer abundance. What purpose did they serve? Most evidence points to funerary use. Excavated dolmens often contain human remains, sometimes accompanied by grave goods such as beads, weapons, or animal bones. Yet the careful construction and recurring portal suggest a symbolic dimension beyond simple interment. The circular opening may have represented an entrance for the soul, a threshold between the world of the living and the domain of ancestors. Some scholars believe that wooden plugs once sealed the holes, removed only during ritual occasions. The surrounding settings amplify the impression of sacred intent. Many dolmens face east or southeast, orientations associated with sunrise and renewal. Others align with rivers or mountain ridges, connecting the chambers to features of the natural landscape. In some valleys, rows of dolmens stretch for hundreds of meters, as if forming a necropolis on a monumental scale. Their builders were not content with casual burials. They sought permanence, order, and visibility. The construction process invites wonder. The slabs are immense, sometimes weighing more than 30 tons. Moving them through forested terrain would have required ingenuity, perhaps involving sledges, rollers, and coordinated labor from large groups. Carving the portals into the stone demanded precision and patience, likely achieved with hammerstones and abrasives. The smoothness of many openings suggests a level of craftsmanship that exceeds what might be expected from societies without metal chisels. Equally puzzling is the sheer number of dolmens. Thousands survive, and many more may once have existed. Such proliferation implies not only technical capacity but also cultural coherence across a wide region. Communities separated by rivers and mountains all shared the same architectural language, suggesting strong traditions or shared beliefs. This uniformity, sustained over centuries, hints at a cultural system whose organization remains invisible to us, except for the stones left behind. Legends about the dolmens persist among local populations. Some villagers believed that giants constructed them as houses, while others imagined they were ancient storehouses or dwellings of supernatural beings. Folklore sometimes linked the round portals to eyes, seeing them as watchful presences in the landscape. Although these stories emerged long after the dolmens were abandoned, they demonstrate how powerfully the monuments impressed themselves on human imagination. Scientific studies continue to probe their mysteries. Excavations have revealed not only human remains but also signs of complex rituals. In some dolmens, ash layers suggest repeated burning of offerings. In others, carved decorations such as zigzags or concentric circles adorn the slabs, motifs echoing patterns found in distant parts of prehistoric Europe. Such details raise the possibility of cultural connections or parallel developments across regions separated by great distances. One particularly intriguing feature is the precision of the portals. In many cases, the round holes are nearly perfect circles, sometimes accompanied by stone plugs that fit snugly. The effort to create such geometry contrasts with the otherwise simple construction of upright slabs. This focus on the portal implies symbolic weight far greater than the rest of the structure. To pass through a circle is to move from one state to another, from life into death, from the mundane into the sacred. The setting of the dolmens within the Caucasus foothills also offers context. This region sits at a crossroads between Europe and Asia, a corridor for movement and exchange since prehistoric times. The communities that built the dolmens may have interacted with groups to the north on the steppe and to the south in the Near East. The monuments reflect both local innovation and participation in broader networks of ritual architecture. To stand before a dolmen today is to encounter both familiarity and alienness. The form is simple enough to be grasped at a glance, yet the purpose remains elusive. The circular portal seems almost inviting, but its scale suggests that no living person was meant to pass through it. One imagines firelight within, smoke rising from offerings, chants resonating across the valley. The stones do not reveal whether these visions are accurate, but they invite them nonetheless. In modern times, the dolmens have attracted not only archaeologists, but also those seeking alternative interpretations. Some see them as evidence of lost civilizations with advanced technology, pointing to the precision of the stonework as inexplicable by conventional means. Others suggest astronomical alignments, proposing that the dolmens tracked solstices or lunar cycles. While such ideas often exceed the available evidence, they underscore the aura of mystery that surrounds the monuments. Practical explanations remain persuasive. The dolmens most likely served as collective tombs, places where communities honored ancestors and reaffirmed social bonds. The uniformity of design indicates adherence to shared norms, while the scale of construction demonstrates communal labor. Their endurance across centuries testifies to the importance of ancestry and memory in shaping identity. Yet the persistence of alternative theories is itself revealing. The dolmens invite speculation precisely because they resist definitive interpretation. Their simplicity conceals layers of meaning, allowing each generation to project its own questions onto them. Whether seen as tombs, temples, or enigmas, they remain vessels of imagination as much as of stone. The ongoing challenge for archaeology is to balance respect for local traditions, scientific rigor, and the recognition that some mysteries may never be fully resolved. Excavations continue, but thousands of dolmens remain untouched, their contents unknown. Each chamber holds potential insights into Bronze Age life, death, and belief. Each portal is a sealed threshold, waiting to be crossed by those who seek to understand the past. Visitors today encounter the dolmens in varied states. Some stand intact, their capstones still firmly in place, their portals clear. Others lie collapsed, their slabs scattered by centuries of erosion, vegetation, or human activity. Regardless of condition, the monuments retain their essential form, enough to convey the deliberate vision of their builders. They remain fixtures in the landscape, as much a part of the Caucasus foothills as the rivers and forests that surround them. To walk among them is to feel the rhythm of repetition. Dolmen after dolmen, portal after portal, the same form appears across valley and ridge. The effect is cumulative, not a single monument to a single leader, but a chorus of chambers for entire communities. Where other regions have singular monuments of extraordinary scale, the Caucasus offers multitude, each small in itself, but monumental in aggregate. This abundance reframes how we think about prehistoric society. The dolmens suggest not isolated acts of monumental ambition, but a cultural system in which communities consistently invested in building these structures. They speak to shared values, collective memory, and a worldview that integrated death into the visible fabric of the living landscape. The final impression left by the dolmens is one of continuity. Thousands of years after their construction, they remain visible, their portals still gazing outward from forest and hillside. They may no longer serve as tombs, yet they continue to function as markers of human ingenuity, of cultural identity, of the enduring desire to connect life and death through material form. As the journey through ancient mysteries continues, the dolmens of the North Caucasus remind us that sometimes the most powerful monuments are not singular marvels but vast traditions carried out again and again until they reshape entire landscapes. From their portals, we sense not just an entrance to the realm of ancestors, but an opening toward other enigmas waiting beyond. High above the limestone ridges of southeastern Turkey, where the land rolls gently into shallow valleys and wind cuts across barren plateaus, lies a place that seems almost impossible to reconcile with its age. Beneath thin soil and scattered grasses, archaeologists have uncovered vast arrangements of pillars, enclosures, and chambers carved from bedrock more than 11,000 years ago. This is Karahantepe, a site whose scale and artistry have forced us to rethink the dawn of organized human culture. The most striking element of Karahantepe is its sheer abundance of stone pillars. Dozens of them, cut from the surrounding limestone, rise in carefully prepared sockets. They are not rough monoliths but deliberately shaped uprights with distinctive T-tops, echoing the same style seen at the better-known Göbekli Tepe. Each pillar seems to represent more than stone. Its silhouette is unmistakably anthropomorphic, like stylized figures with broad shoulders and torsos, some even bearing arms carved along their sides. To step among them is to feel that one has entered a gathering of stone beings, guardians locked in place for thousands of years. Unlike Göbekli Tepe, which has enjoyed worldwide attention since the 1990s, Karahantepe remained hidden for much longer. Local villagers always knew of strange stones jutting from the ground, but systematic excavation only began in the 21st century. As trenches widened and enclosures were revealed, archaeologists realized they were looking at a site equal in importance to Göbekli Tepe, and perhaps even older. Together, these places belong to a broader constellation now called the Tash Tepeler, or Stone Hills, spanning much of southeastern Anatolia. One chamber at Karahantepe has captured particular attention. Carved directly into the limestone bedrock, it holds more than 10 upright pillars crowded so tightly that their tops nearly touch. Along one wall, emerging from the stone itself, is a sculpted human head, its mouth open, its expression almost lifelike despite the erosion of millennia. Unlike portable statues or relief carvings, this head is inseparable from the rock. It is as if the builders wanted to embody the earth itself with a human face. Interpretations vary. Some believe it symbolizes a spirit or ancestor. Others see it as a representation of the underworld or rebirth. Whatever its meaning, no direct parallel has been found elsewhere, marking it as one of Karahantepe's most enigmatic features. How were these immense constructions achieved in such an early age? The enclosures date to the pre-pottery Neolithic period, a time when communities were only beginning to experiment with farming and herding. Tools were simple: flint blades, stone picks, hammerstones. Yet the builders managed to quarry massive limestone blocks, shape them into uniform forms, and transport them across uneven terrain. Some of the larger pillars weigh several tons, requiring organized labor on a scale difficult to imagine for small, dispersed groups. It speaks of planning, cooperation, and a shared vision powerful enough to draw communities together. This raises a larger question: why did they build? Unlike later monuments, these structures were not dwellings. No hearths or storage pits suggest permanent habitation. Instead, they appear to have served as communal gathering spaces, sanctuaries where ritual and social life intertwined. Feasting remains have been found, suggesting that people came together to share meals during ceremonies. Some enclosures may have aligned with celestial events, though this remains a subject of debate. Others likely served as arenas for myth and storytelling, where the carved pillars embodied beings of legend. The animal imagery carved on some of the pillars adds to this interpretation. Foxes, snakes, birds, and other creatures appear in relief, not randomly, but with deliberate repetition. These animals may have symbolized qualities of danger, fertility, or guidance, their presence invoking protective or transformative powers. Taken together, the carvings reveal a symbolic language, one not written in script, but inscribed in stone for all to see. Karahantepe forces archaeologists to reconsider long-held assumptions. For decades, the narrative of civilization placed agriculture first. Humans settled, learned to farm, grew surplus food, and only then developed the social complexity needed for monumental building. But Karahantepe suggests a different sequence. Here, monumental sanctuaries appear before established farming. The effort required to raise them may even have encouraged agriculture, as groups needed reliable food sources to support large gatherings of laborers. In this sense, ritual may have been the spark that led to settled life, reversing the usual order of history. The deliberate backfilling of enclosures adds yet another layer of mystery. Just as at Göbekli Tepe, many of Karahantepe's structures were eventually buried with rubble and soil, preserving them for thousands of years. This was not simple abandonment, it was intentional closure. Perhaps the builders saw their sanctuaries as temporary, to be sealed after their purpose was fulfilled. Or perhaps cycles of renewal required old enclosures to be ritually buried before new ones could be built. Whatever the reason, this act ensured that the pillars remained hidden until rediscovery in modern times. The site also deepens the story of human imagination. The T-pillars, with their stylized human forms, demonstrate an ability to abstract the human figure into architecture. They are not statues placed within buildings, they are the buildings. This fusion of form and function suggests a worldview in which people, spirits, and structures were inseparable. To gather in such spaces was to enter a living environment, one where stone itself participated in ritual life. Comparisons to Göbekli Tepe are inevitable, yet Karahantepe maintains its individuality. Its enclosures are arranged differently, its carvings distinct, its bedrock chamber unlike anything else. Together, the two sites hint at a broader culture of ritual building across the region, one whose scale we are only beginning to grasp. Other stone hills continue to be surveyed, each adding fragments to a puzzle that challenges every timeline of human development. The implications extend beyond archaeology. For many, sites like Karahantepe raise questions about lost knowledge, forgotten traditions, or even civilizations erased from history. While mainstream scholarship grounds interpretation in human innovation, alternative thinkers suggest that such monumental architecture hints at techniques or insights far more advanced than expected. Could early peoples have possessed understandings of leverage, astronomy, or social organization that were later lost? Were these sanctuaries part of a tradition far older than even current dating suggests? Whether one favors conventional or unconventional interpretations, Karahantepe remains a landmark of the human story. It reveals that long before written words, before metal tools, and before kings and dynasties, people were already carving meaning into stone on a monumental scale. The sanctuaries remind us that belief, however expressed, has always been as powerful a force as necessity. To walk among the excavated enclosures today is to feel the presence of both past and future. On one hand, the stone pillars stand as messages from 10,000 years ago, challenging us to understand their builders. On the other, they remain only partially uncovered, with most of the site still buried beneath the plateau. Each excavation season promises new discoveries, new clues, and new questions. The story of Karahantepe is not finished. It is only beginning to unfold in our time. Perhaps that is the most remarkable quality of this place. Even after millennia of burial, its meaning is not lost. The pillars stand ready to speak again, not with words but with their very form. They remind us that humanity's earliest builders were not merely surviving, they were imagining, creating, and shaping sacred spaces from the raw earth. As we close this chapter of our journey, Karahantepe remains in view, its limestone ridges sheltering secrets yet to be revealed. The pillars wait beneath soil and sky, testaments to a vision of monumentality that predates cities and agriculture. Where our exploration leads next will carry us to another place, another moment in time, where stone and story once again converge in ways we are only beginning to comprehend. In the uplands of southeastern Turkey, near the upper reaches of the Euphrates, there once stood a village unlike any other of its age. Long before pottery was fired, long before metals were shaped, and long before written words marked clay or parchment, a community gathered to build structures that were anything but ordinary. The place is called Nevali Cori, and though much of it was lost to the waters of a modern reservoir, the discoveries made there in the late 20th century continue to resonate through archaeology and through our understanding of early ritual life. Nevali Cori was first uncovered in the 1980s when surveys and excavations began ahead of the construction of the Ataturk Dam. Rescue archaeology brought teams into the valley expecting to record another early farming settlement destined to disappear beneath the floodwaters. What they found was far more unusual, a small village, yes, but at its center stood a sanctuary filled with T-shaped stone pillars, eerily reminiscent of those at Göbekli Tepe and Karahantepe. This was not a simple cluster of houses for early farmers. It was a place where architecture itself carried meaning, where rituals had already begun to shape the fabric of community. The sanctuary was rectangular in design, with well-laid stone walls and carefully aligned rows of monolithic T-pillars. These uprights were smaller than the giants of Göbekli Tepe, but no less significant. Carved from limestone, they were set into the floors of the enclosure, facing inward as though forming an assembly of stone figures watching whatever took place in their midst. Unlike ordinary houses, the sanctuary had no hearths, no tools, no storage vessels. It was set apart, reserved for a different purpose: gatherings, ceremonies, and perhaps the telling of myths. Some of the pillars bore carvings. Arms and hands, stylized and elongated, ran down their sides, suggesting that the stones were more than abstract shapes, they represented human-like beings. In other cases, reliefs of animals, snakes, birds or foxes, adorned the limestone, linking the sanctuary to a broader symbolic language that spanned the region. The combination of human and animal imagery hints at beliefs that blurred the boundaries between people and the natural world, a worldview where identities were fluid and where the sacred took many forms. What sets Nevali Cori apart is not only its sanctuary, but also its broader layout. The village revealed rectangular houses arranged in planned rows, with plastered floors and stone foundations. This was a community of builders who understood not only how to quarry and shape stone, but also how to organize space on a collective level. Planned streets, aligned walls, and shared design principles point to a new stage of social organization. At Nevali Cori, ritual and daily life were intertwined in a deliberate, structured environment. To imagine life here is to picture a small but cohesive society. Families likely lived in modest stone-built homes, tending early domestic crops such as wheat and barley, herding goats and sheep and gathering wild resources. Yet at certain times they would leave their houses and step into the sanctuary. Within its walls, ceremonies might unfold, feasts, dances, or storytelling sessions beneath the looming T-pillars. The presence of carved statues suggests that the community valued representation and display, perhaps setting these figures within the sanctuary during rituals. Among the most remarkable finds were anthropomorphic statues, sculptures of limestone depicting human heads and torsos. One head, in particular, showed finely carved facial features with eyes and a mouth rendered in detail. These were not crude attempts at representation, but skilled works, evidence that the builders of Nevali Cori were artists as much as masons. Their creations reflect an imagination already reaching beyond the immediate concerns of survival into realms of identity, ancestry, and myth. Dating places Nevali Cori firmly in the pre-pottery Neolithic, around 10,000 years ago. This makes it one of the earliest known examples of both monumental ritual architecture and organized village planning. Together, these qualities suggest that the builders were not simply experimenting, they were innovators laying foundations for later traditions. In many ways, Nevali Cori stands as a bridge between the nomadic hunter-gatherer groups of the Epipaleolithic and the more complex farming societies that would dominate the Neolithic. The sanctuary also demonstrates how widespread the idea of T-pillars truly was. While Göbekli Tepe became the symbol of this phenomenon, Nevali Cori proves it was not alone. Across southeastern Anatolia, communities were raising pillars in enclosures, investing enormous energy in ritual architecture. The fact that multiple sites share this tradition suggests a cultural network, a shared worldview extending across valleys and ridges. This was not the isolated genius of a single village, but part of a broader horizon of innovation. One question that continues to puzzle scholars is why communities like Nevali Cori poured so much energy into rituals at such an early stage. Agriculture was still developing, pottery had not yet been invented, yet monumental construction was already underway. Some argue that ritual itself provided the glue that held communities together during this transitional era. By gathering for ceremonies, by building sanctuaries, people forged bonds that allowed them to settle permanently, cooperate in farming, and develop shared traditions. In this sense, belief was not a byproduct of agriculture, but a force that made agriculture possible. Another enduring mystery is the deliberate burial of Nevali Cori's sanctuary. At some point, its central enclosure was filled in with rubble and soil, much like the later backfilling at Göbekli Tepe. This was not simple abandonment, it was intentional closure. Why would a community invest such effort in building a sanctuary only to bury it within a generation or two? Perhaps the sanctuary was linked to specific cycles of use, meant to be sealed when its role was complete. Or perhaps it was a form of ritual renewal, ensuring that no single structure held dominance for too long. Whatever the reason, this act preserved the sanctuary for 10 millennia, awaiting rediscovery. The rediscovery itself came with a bittersweet twist. Excavations in the 1980s and early 1990s revealed the sanctuary in remarkable detail, allowing researchers to document and study its features. But soon after, the waters of the Ataturk Dam reservoir rose, submerging the site. Today, Nevali Cori lies beneath a lake, inaccessible to visitors. Only the records, photographs, and recovered artifacts remain. It is a reminder that progress and preservation often collide, and that much of our heritage is fragile, balanced between discovery and loss. Artifacts recovered from Nevali Cori included stone tools, figurines, and fragments of carved pillars. Some of these now reside in museums, where they continue to inspire both scholars and the public. Visitors gazing at these pieces may find it difficult to reconcile their age with their sophistication. 10,000 years ago seems impossibly distant, yet the artistry feels familiar, even modern. It bridges the gulf of time, reminding us that human imagination has always been capable of remarkable expression. What then was the meaning of Nevali Cori? Was it a sanctuary of ancestors, a place where the living communed with the spirits of the dead? Was it a gathering hall for seasonal rituals, where myths were enacted beneath the gaze of stone pillars? Was it an early astronomical observatory, its alignments reflecting cycles of sun and stars? Or was it something we cannot yet imagine, a form of symbolic architecture whose meaning lies beyond our present categories? The questions remain open, and perhaps that is fitting. Nevali Cori teaches us not only about the past, but also about the limits of our own imagination. We are accustomed to thinking of history as a linear progression. Hunting and gathering gave way to farming, farming gave way to cities, and cities gave way to civilization. Yet Nevali Cori disrupts this story. Here, before pottery, before cities, before writing, people were already carving meaning into stone, already organizing their communities around shared rituals. To end at Nevali Cori is to pause at a threshold. Though the sanctuary itself now lies underwater, its impact continues to ripple outward. It reminds us that the seeds of monumentality and organized belief were planted far earlier than we once thought. The pillars, the carvings, the planned houses, all of these testify to a vision of life where ritual was as central as survival. And so, Nevali Cori takes its place among the most important sites of early human history. It is both a loss and a gain. A loss because the site is gone, submerged forever. A gain because we glimpsed its secrets before it vanished. The sanctuary stands as proof that even in the earliest ages of farming, humanity was already shaping not just the land, but the realm of the sacred. What lies ahead in our exploration will bring us to yet another place where stone and imagination intersect, where the lives of early peoples reveal themselves through the monuments they left behind. Nevali Cori closes its story beneath the waters, but the journey forward remains open, ready to uncover more of what was built before history as we know it began. Across the deserts of northwestern Arabia, scattered over hundreds of miles of rocky plateaus and open plains, there lies a phenomenon so vast that it is best seen not on foot but from above. From the ground, they appear as low stone walls, crumbling lines of rock half swallowed by sand. But when archaeologists flew drones and surveyed from the air, a pattern emerged, long rectangular shapes, sometimes stretching for hundreds of feet, built by human hands thousands of years ago. These are the mustatils, and they number in the thousands, each one a deliberate construction from a time when cattle and community stood at the center of ritual life. The word mustatil comes from the Arabic for rectangle, and that is precisely their form. Elongated enclosures, usually twice or three times longer than they are wide, with walls made from piled stone. At either end, wider chambers often appear, as if to mark boundaries or create spaces for particular activities. Though eroded and weathered, the outlines remain clear, especially when viewed from above, forming one of the largest concentrations of ritual structures in the world. Dating places most mustatils in the Neolithic, roughly 6,000 to 7,000 years ago. This was an era when Arabia was greener than today, its climate wetter, its plains grazed by cattle and dotted with lakes and rivers. It was a landscape alive with pastoral communities, and it seems these groups came together to build vast enclosures that had little to do with farming or shelter. Instead, the evidence suggests they were gathering places for rites, places where cattle were sacrificed, where people affirmed their bonds, and where stone and landscape were fused into memory. Excavations of certain mustatils revealed deposits of cattle horns and skulls carefully arranged within the chambers. These were not random discards, but deliberate offerings, suggesting rituals of sacrifice or veneration. In some cases, the horns were stacked or placed in groups, hinting at repeated use over time. Such findings align with a broader pattern seen across early pastoral societies. Cattle were more than food. They were symbols of wealth, power, and spiritual connection. To gather and sacrifice them was both a costly gift and a communal act. The sheer scale of the mustatil phenomenon is staggering. More than 1,000 of them have been identified, spread across an area larger than many countries. Some measure only a few dozen feet in length, while others stretch over 600 feet, their walls rising to waist height even after millennia of erosion. Building such structures would have required not just individual effort, but collective organization, groups coming together to quarry stones, align the walls, and maintain the sites. In this way, the mustatils speak not only of ritual, but of society itself, cooperation, leadership, and shared vision. Unlike monumental sites such as Göbekli Tepe or Stonehenge, the mustatils are not single locations, but a widespread tradition. Their repetition across the landscape suggests that they were part of a shared cultural horizon, a worldview that stretched across communities. Yet despite their ubiquity, they are still little known outside archaeological circles. Only in the past 2 decades have they begun to attract significant attention, thanks to aerial photography and satellite surveys that revealed their true extent. Standing at a mustatil today, one might not grasp its scale from ground level. The walls are low, their stones worn. The desert has reclaimed much of their form, but from above, the intention shines through. Long rectangles aligned carefully, their proportions consistent, their orientation often deliberate. Some face particular landmarks, others may have been aligned with the movement of the sun. The consistency of design suggests rules, traditions passed from one generation to another. These were not ad hoc constructions but formalized structures with shared meaning. Speculation about their purpose ranges widely. Some see them as corrals for livestock, but the evidence of ritual deposits suggests otherwise. These were not utilitarian enclosures. Others propose that they were boundary markers, symbols of territory in a land of shifting herds. But again, the repeated use of cattle points to something more sacred. Increasingly, the view is that the mustatils were ceremonial gathering places, where communities met to reaffirm their identity through ritual acts centered on cattle, feasting, and perhaps seasonal cycles. The cultural weight of cattle in Neolithic Arabia cannot be overstated. Bones and horns found within mustatils suggest that sacrifices were common. To kill valuable animals in such numbers was not practical, it was symbolic. It may have been a form of offering to deities, ancestors, or forces of nature, asking for fertility, rain, or protection. In this way, the mustatils may represent some of the earliest known examples of ritual landscapes built specifically for communal sacrifice. What is striking is how early these structures appear. By the 6th millennium BCE, long before pyramids, ziggurats, or stone circles rose elsewhere, Arabian communities were already investing effort into massive ritual enclosures. This reorients our sense of where monumentality begins. Arabia, often overlooked in global prehistory, emerges here as a center of innovation, a place where ritual architecture took root in forms as distinctive as they were widespread. For archaeologists, the challenge lies not only in interpreting the mustatils, but also in preserving them. Many are remote, eroded, or at risk from modern development, yet together they form one of the world's largest concentrations of early ritual monuments, rivaling more famous sites in scale if not in fame. Their survival tells us that ancient builders saw value in permanence, that even as herders moved with their animals, they returned again and again to these stone rectangles, anchoring memory in the land. Legends and oral traditions from Arabia do not preserve clear accounts of the mustatils, which had long vanished into obscurity. Yet their spirit resonates with broader human themes: gathering, sacrifice, and the use of monumental form to bind communities together. In some ways, they echo the enclosures of Nevali Cori and Göbekli Tepe, where ritual spaces were central to early societies. In others, they anticipate later traditions of cattle-centered sacrifice that run through many cultures across the Middle East and beyond. The broader meaning of the mustatils may lie in their communal nature. Unlike palaces or tombs, they do not seem to honor individuals. They lack the trappings of elite power. Instead, they embody collective effort, villages or tribes pooling resources to build spaces that belonged to all. In this way, they speak of an egalitarian spirit, where the sacred was not hoarded by rulers, but shared among communities. Whether through sacrifice, feasting, or seasonal gatherings, the mustatils drew people together, reinforcing bonds that stretched across landscapes. From a modern perspective, one of the most fascinating aspects of the mustatils is how they alter our sense of Arabia's past. Too often, the Arabian Peninsula is seen only through the lens of later history, oases, caravan routes, empires, and faiths. Yet here, thousands of years before written records, people were building monuments of remarkable scope. Their scale suggests coordination and shared tradition. Their distribution suggests networks of culture across vast distances. Arabia was not a blank space, but a cradle of innovation, contributing its own chapter to the human story of ritual architecture. The mustatils also remind us how much remains hidden in plain sight. For decades, they were overlooked, mistaken for walls, field boundaries, or natural formations. Only when seen from the air did their form and extent become clear. This serves as a humbling lesson. Vast landscapes may hold secrets that reveal themselves only when we change perspective. In this case, drones and satellites allowed us to glimpse what human eyes on the ground had missed. The cattle sacrifices within the mustatils add another dimension. They suggest that early Arabian peoples saw animals as mediators between humans and the divine, beings whose death could carry prayers or offerings into realms beyond. This idea resonates across cultures, whether bulls in Minoan Crete, cattle in Vedic India, or oxen in ancient Mesopotamia. The mustatils show that Arabia, too, participated in this global dialogue of symbolism, linking life, death, and ritual through the sacrifice of animals. As with many prehistoric monuments, the mustatils leave us with questions. Did their builders believe in gods of the sky, of fertility, of rain? Were they honoring ancestors, spirits of the land, or forces beyond human control? Did the gatherings at mustatils bring together rival groups in peace, binding them through shared sacrifice? Or did they mark the territory of clans, asserting presence through stone and ritual? The answers remain elusive, yet the presence of thousands of mustatils ensures that the questions will not fade. Each rectangle is a fragment of a larger story, one that speaks of human ingenuity, imagination, and devotion in a time when survival itself was precarious. The builders carved meaning into stone and landscape, leaving marks that still shape our understanding of early civilization. To walk among the mustatils today is to trace the outlines of a world long vanished. The desert has changed, the climate is harsher, the lake's gone. Yet the stones remain, weathered but present, their low walls stretching across the horizon. They remind us that even in regions where little survives, people found ways to create permanence, to inscribe their lives into the earth. As we leave behind these stone rectangles, we carry with us the realization that Arabia's deserts were once alive with communities bound not just by survival, but by ceremony. The mustatils stand as silent witnesses to that era, monuments to cattle, to community, and to belief. Their story closes here, but another waits ahead, another ancient construction, different in form yet linked by the same human drive to build meaning into stone. It is not the size that first surprises you, but the pattern. Standing on the high basalt plateau of the Golan Heights, the monument known as Roujim El-Hiri does not reveal itself in a sudden, towering spectacle. At ground level, it appears as a confusion of black volcanic stones scattered across a wide field, as if the earth had erupted and then settled back into rough disarray. But once seen from above, from the vantage point of a bird's flight or a modern drone, the chaos resolves into order. 5 great rings of stone ripple outward from a massive central cairn, each circle meticulously set, together forming a design so deliberate that it immediately disarms any notion of accident. This is not a pile of rocks. This is a monument, one with intent, vision, and astonishing endurance. The outermost ring measures close to 150 meters across. Within it, each successive circle tightens, narrowing toward the heart of the structure where a mound of basalt boulders rises like a crown. Altogether, more than 40,000 tons of stone were arranged here, piece by piece, without the aid of mortar, each block carried and set into place by human hands thousands of years ago. No inscriptions guide us. No written record explains the plan. What remains is the design itself, patient in its symmetry, as though the builders were speaking across millennia with geometry instead of words. When was it made? Archaeologists estimate that the rings were first constructed around 5,000 years ago in the early Bronze Age. That would place its origins in the 3rd millennium before the Common Era, at a time when writing was just beginning to take root in Mesopotamia and when the Nile Valley was only beginning to rise toward its dynastic age of pyramids and pharaohs. Yet, on this stony plateau between what is now Syria and Israel, an entirely different form of monument was being shaped. Less vertical than a pyramid, less ornate than a palace, but equally ambitious in scale and mystery. The name given to it, Roujim El-Hiri, translates from Arabic as the heap of the wildcat. Local traditions carried the memory of its presence but offered little clarity about its origins. Shepherds and travelers crossing the plateau would have seen it rising from the basalt plain, a landmark at once familiar and inexplicable. From the ground, it looks deceptively simple, as though one could cross its circles in a few minutes. But once inside, the arrangement begins to work upon the imagination. Stone walls, some over 2 meters high, curve around you in wide arcs. Passages open and close as you walk, and the central tumulus looms like a silent heart, drawing you inward. In the 1960s, aerial photography first revealed the striking form of the site in its entirety. What had appeared as random stone heaps to many suddenly became a coherent geometric design. Since then, Roujim El-Hiri has been studied, surveyed, and debated, yet its purpose remains elusive. Was it a temple, a celestial observatory, a burial site, or something combining elements of all these possibilities? The evidence suggests fragments of each, but never enough to settle firmly upon a single conclusion. The astronomical alignments are among the most compelling features. On the morning of the summer solstice, the first rays of the rising sun shine directly through one of the openings in the rings, illuminating the central cairn. This is not coincidence. The builders clearly tracked the movement of the sun and designed their monument so that the year's longest day would be captured in stone. The solstice was a moment of great importance for early agricultural societies, marking the height of summer, the turning of seasons, and the rhythms of planting and harvest. By embedding these cycles into their monument, the builders ensured that Roujim El-Hiri was not merely a pile of stone, but a living calendar written in shadow and light. Yet, other alignments have been suggested as well. Some researchers propose that gaps in the rings and corridors between the stones also point toward equinoxes or significant positions of the moon. Others believe that certain alignments mirror the rising points of prominent stars, guiding not agriculture but ritual or cosmological observances. The debate continues, but the precision is undeniable. To design and build such a structure required careful observation of the skies over long periods, then the translation of those patterns into enduring architecture. The central tumulus adds another layer of intrigue. Rising 10 meters high and 20 meters across, it dominates the entire monument. Excavations have revealed chambers within it, though looted in antiquity, leaving no clear trace of who, if anyone, was buried there. Some suggest that it may have held the remains of an important figure, a chieftain, priest, or revered ancestor, whose burial was meant to anchor the monument spiritually. Others argue that the tumulus might never have been a burial at all, but rather a symbolic mountain, a man-made axis between earth and sky around which the circles turned. Walking among the basalt stones today, one feels a peculiar mixture of grandeur and austerity. The material itself, the black volcanic rock of the plateau, is unyielding and unadorned. Unlike limestone or sandstone monuments elsewhere, there are no carved reliefs, no painted surfaces, no inscriptions of names or victories. The power of Roujim El-Hiri lies in form alone, in the decision to bend stone into perfect circles, to layer one upon the other, and to place a cairn at the center like the core of a wheel. The absence of decoration is itself striking, as though the builders wished the stones to speak purely by their arrangement, uncluttered by images or text. Local folklore, as in so many ancient sites, seeks to fill the gaps left by archaeology. Some traditions say the monument was raised by giants, beings of immense strength who could move basalt boulders with ease. Others claim it was a place of spirits, a liminal zone between worlds where rituals were conducted to honor or appease unseen forces. Tales even persist that the site is cursed, discouraging tampering and helping preserve its enigmatic form through centuries when lesser monuments might have been dismantled for building material. The sheer labor involved is almost beyond comprehension. To gather 40,000 tons of basalt and arrange it into 5 precise circles without written plans, advanced tools, or machinery suggests not only organization, but vision. An entire community must have participated, quarrying, hauling, and placing each stone. And because the plateau is sparse and unforgiving, with little arable soil, the decision to expend such energy here hints at an importance beyond practical settlement. This was a sacred task, undertaken not for shelter or sustenance, but for meaning. It is tempting to compare Roujim El-Hiri with other stone circles such as Stonehenge in England. Both date to roughly similar periods of the Bronze Age. Both use massive stones to mark celestial events, and both provoke speculation about ritual and burial practices. Yet they are separated by thousands of kilometers and very different landscapes. Were these monuments independent expressions of a universal human desire to align Earth with sky? Or do they point to a broader network of shared knowledge, a prehistoric tradition of sacred geometry spanning continents? The answers remain uncertain, but the similarities encourage reflection on the ways early societies sought to understand their place in the cosmos. Standing atop the central cairn, one can look outward and see the rings unfolding across the plateau. The stones stretch across the earth in their deliberate arcs, holding both the weight of basalt and the weight of mystery. From here, the wind moves freely, carrying the sound of distant grazing animals, the low rumble of shifting weather, and perhaps, if one allows, the faint memory of ceremonies long gone. The structure is both ruin and monument, fragment and whole, an enduring riddle set upon the land. Modern researchers continue to investigate the site with new tools. Ground-penetrating radar, satellite imaging, and computer simulations have been applied to map the rings and test their alignments. Each method uncovers new details, a hidden chamber here, a possible sightline there, but none has yet provided a final answer. Instead, each discovery seems to broaden the mystery, suggesting layers of complexity that elude definitive explanation. Perhaps that is the enduring gift of Roujim El-Hiri. It resists closure. It stands not as a solved equation but as an open question, inviting each generation to look again and consider anew. Whether it was a temple of the sun, a burial for a forgotten leader, a meeting ground for communities, or a cosmic wheel turning in stone, its essence lies in the very act of wondering. The builders, whoever they were, succeeded not only in arranging basalt but in arranging curiosity, an architecture of enduring fascination. As daylight wanes, the monument changes character. Long shadows from the rings stretch outward, and the cairn catches the last hues of evening light. The circles, once bright under the sun, sink back into the dark volcanic plain, almost merging with it. And yet, the memory of the pattern remains in the mind, persistent, unmistakable. It is as though once glimpsed, the design imprints itself, refusing to be forgotten. Tomorrow, another journey will begin. Another site, far away, shaped by other hands and other purposes, waits to be considered. But for now, the basalt rings of Roujim El-Hiri stand complete in their mystery. A wheel of stone upon a plateau, patient beneath the sky, reminding us that not all puzzles demand solution. Some are meant simply to be seen, walked, and remembered. They were buried carefully, as though they were not objects but companions. Beneath layers of soil at the edge of a Neolithic settlement in what is now Jordan, archaeologists uncovered human-like figures, staring outward with wide eyes set in pale faces. They were not carved from stone, nor modeled from clay, but shaped from lime plaster pressed over reed frameworks, then given features in bitumen and pigment. Some stood as tall as a child, others were half-sized, and all of them had a quality that felt both hauntingly familiar and impossibly foreign. These are the Ain Ghazal plaster statues, among the earliest known large-scale representations of the human form, dating back more than 9,000 years. Their survival is extraordinary, their meaning more elusive still. The settlement of Ain Ghazal was not small. In its time, around the 7th millennium before the Common Era, it stretched over more than 30 acres, housing hundreds of people in mud brick dwellings laid out in clustered neighborhoods. Unlike temporary camps of nomadic herders, this was a permanent village, one that shows evidence of agriculture, animal husbandry, and shared public spaces. The plaster statues, however, do not appear in every home. They are rare, created in small groups, and deliberately buried in pits after use, as though their time among the living had ended and they needed to be returned to the earth. What makes them remarkable is their scale and sophistication. Most prehistoric art that has survived to us is either miniature, tiny figurines of bone or clay, or else monumental carvings in stone. But the statues of Ain Ghazal occupy a middle ground. They are life-sized, built on reed cores wrapped in twine, then covered with successive layers of plaster to achieve shape. Arms are sometimes merely suggested, pressed against the torso, while faces are modeled with care. Eyes are inlaid with bitumen or cowrie shells, giving them a dark, fixed gaze. Some figures are two-headed, perhaps intended to represent duality or supernatural power. Others are child-sized, though whether they depict actual children or simply smaller beings is unknown. Imagine the labor involved. Lime plaster was not gathered directly from nature. It had to be produced by burning limestone at high temperatures, then slaking it with water to create a workable paste. This required large quantities of wood fuel, a precious commodity in the semi-arid landscape of Neolithic Jordan. To invest such effort in making dozens of statues, rather than tools, houses, or hearths, suggests a purpose of great significance. These figures were not toys or casual decorations. They represented a community's decision to allocate resources towards something symbolic, ritualistic, or spiritual. The act of burial deepens the mystery. Each cache of statues, once completed, was used for a time and then interred in carefully dug pits. They were not smashed violently nor discarded carelessly, but placed gently, as though completing a cycle. Was this part of a ritual? Were the statues thought to embody ancestors, whose presence was only temporarily required among the living before being laid to rest? Or were they representations of deities, borrowed for ceremonies and then respectfully retired? Some scholars suggest they were connected with ancestor worship, embodying the spirits of important forebears who could mediate between the community and unseen realms. Others think they might have represented fertility, health, or protective guardianship, invoked at critical moments in the seasonal cycle. The presence of two-headed statues adds to the speculation, as if these beings symbolized a liminal state, bridging dualities such as life and death, male and female, or earth and sky. Yet all of these ideas remain speculative because no written record survives to confirm them. What we do know is that the statues represent an early stage in humanity's drive to create large representational images of itself. Long before kings commissioned colossal stone portraits, long before temples filled with carved deities, ordinary communities were already shaping plaster and reed into human form. It is one of the earliest known instances of people seeing themselves reflected at life-size scale outside of nature. The statues may not move or breathe, but their presence is undeniable. To look at them, even across 9 millennia, is to be drawn into the gaze of another world. The craftsmanship reveals skill as well as imagination. The plaster layers were built up with care to create smooth surfaces. Faces were modeled with subtlety, noses rise straight and narrow, lips press thinly, cheeks curve with understated grace. The eyes dominate, wide and dark, perhaps intended to suggest vigilance, insight, or otherworldly awareness. Some figures retain traces of red pigment, hinting that color once animated their features more vividly. Though fragile, they embody a sense of permanence that their makers must have desired. Equally intriguing is the choice of material. Reed cores provided flexibility and lightness, but plaster, made by burning limestone, linked the statues to transformation through fire. To produce the lime, wood had to be gathered and burned in great quantities. Stone had to be heated to temperatures of several hundred degrees, and the resulting quicklime had to be mixed with water to create the paste. It was laborious, dangerous, and costly. The decision to expend such effort cannot have been made lightly. It suggests that the statues carried extraordinary symbolic weight, worth the sacrifice of time, fuel, and collective labor. The context of Ain Ghazal itself offers further clues. The settlement shows evidence of communal rituals beyond the statues. Human burials are found beneath house floors, suggesting that ancestors were literally incorporated into daily life. Plaster skulls, modeled with facial features over real human remains, have also been discovered, connecting the practice at Ain Ghazal to similar traditions in Jericho and other early Levantine sites. The statues, in this sense, may represent an extension of that practice, a way of embodying not just individuals, but archetypes, collective ancestors, or mythic beings larger than life. As with many Neolithic discoveries, the statues also challenge modern assumptions about progress. The people of Ain Ghazal lived millennia before ceramics became common in their region. Yet they organized large-scale production of lime plaster, created permanent architecture, and invested in monumental art. Their achievement suggests that symbolic and ritual life was not a late development trailing behind technology, but an early force that may have driven communities to settle, organize, and innovate. In other words, spirituality and symbolism were not luxuries of advanced societies. They were foundations upon which societies were built. When the statues were first unearthed in the 1980s, they startled the world of archaeology. Nothing like them had been seen before. The sheer number, dozens across several caches, combined with their preservation, offered an unprecedented glimpse into Neolithic ritual life. They are now displayed in museums, their fragile forms carefully conserved, where modern eyes meet their ancient gaze. Visitors often describe a feeling of unease or awe, as though the statues are both human and other, familiar yet alien. That effect may not be accidental. Perhaps the makers intended to create figures that hovered between the real and the transcendent, reminding viewers of realms beyond the ordinary. Their discovery also broadened understanding of Neolithic culture in the Levant. It became clear that societies of this time were not only building houses and planting fields, but also constructing symbolic worlds. They were negotiating identities, lineages, and beliefs through tangible forms, leaving behind traces that continue to puzzle and inspire us today. The statues also invite comparisons with other traditions of figural art. In Mesopotamia, centuries later, stone stelae would show rulers in stylized poses. In Egypt, colossal statues would embody pharaohs as divine figures. Yet here, thousands of years earlier, the people of Ain Ghazal were already producing life-sized representations that demanded attention, not for political power but for collective ritual. This suggests that the human impulse to represent itself on a monumental scale predates kingship and writing, arising first from community and spirituality rather than authority. There is a poignancy in their survival. Plaster is fragile, reed cores decay, yet these figures endured beneath the soil for millennia. Their makers could not have intended them to last so long, for they buried them after use. Yet time has carried them forward, allowing their strange, wide eyes to meet ours across the gulf of history. They remind us that art is not only what survives in museums, but what people once made to give shape to meaning, even if that meaning fades from memory. As you imagine the Neolithic villagers of Ain Ghazal gathered in small groups around these statues, perhaps during seasonal rites or communal gatherings, it is not difficult to picture the mix of reverence and familiarity they must have felt. These were figures like themselves, yet more than themselves, objects of focus, carriers of significance. They stood, they watched, and when their purpose was complete, they were laid to rest in the earth, awaiting rediscovery thousands of years later. Tonight, as their story drifts through the imagination, one can feel the weight of their presence, not in stone or plaster, but in the persistence of human wonder. The people who made them are gone, their language lost, their rituals forgotten. Yet the figures remain, fragile but firm, like messages in a bottle sent across time. Whatever they meant then, they continue to mean something now. Perhaps that was always their truest purpose, not to be fully explained, but to provoke reflection, to awaken curiosity, to ensure that questions outlive answers. And so the statues of Ain Ghazal, with their hollow eyes and plaster faces, conclude their story, not with clarity, but with invitation. They ask us to consider how far back our impulse to shape symbols truly goes, how deeply intertwined ritual and survival always were, and how much of our own future will one day seem as enigmatic as their past. Beyond this point, another mystery awaits, waiting patiently in the folds of history, ready to be uncovered in its own time. Most ancient cities are remembered for their walls, their temples, or their monuments rising toward the sky. Liangzhu is remembered for something different: water. Its defining achievement was not a towering pyramid or a stone colossus, but a system of dams, levees, and canals so extensive that it transformed the very landscape around it. When archaeologists first traced its hidden lines across the earth, they realized that this city had not only adapted to seasonal floods, but had mastered them. Long before the world's most famous empires built their cities of stone, Liangzhu had already carved out a city of earth and water. The site lies in the Yangtze River Delta, a lowland region where rainfall could be both a blessing and a curse. Rich soils made farming possible, yet the waters could swell suddenly, drowning fields and homes. For most early communities, this cycle of bounty and destruction was unavoidable. But around 5,000 years ago, the people of Liangzhu decided that the floods would not dictate their lives. They reimagined their environment, redirecting rivers, controlling lakes, and shaping the floodplain itself into a vast hydraulic system. That choice defined their city and set them apart from almost every other culture of their time. The heart of Liangzhu was enclosed by a broad wall of packed earth. Unlike the stone ramparts of later civilizations, this wall was not only for defense, it was part of a larger scheme to manage water, forming an artificial boundary between the elevated residential and ceremonial core and the wetlands beyond. Within the wall stretched a carefully planned city. Broad raised platforms supported elite residences and temples. Canals flowed between districts, linking neighborhoods to reservoirs and fields. Boats likely glided through the waterways, carrying grain, tools, and jade. Rather than resisting water, the city was built to live with it, to move with its rhythms. Among the most striking discoveries at Liangzhu are its great dams. At least 11 major dams have been identified, forming an arc around the site. Constructed from earth reinforced with stone, they stretched across valleys and rivers, some extending nearly a kilometer in length. These were not temporary embankments hastily thrown together. They were carefully engineered structures, many with multiple layers of soil and gravel packed tight for strength. At their greatest extent, they created an immense water control system covering more than 100 square kilometers. In scope and sophistication, it was unlike anything else known from that era. Archaeologists studying the dams found sluices, openings that allowed water to be released or diverted. These controlled flows would have kept the fields irrigated during dry months and reduced the threat of flooding during heavy rains. It was an entire landscape turned into an engineered environment. Centuries later, great empires would pride themselves on irrigation canals and reservoirs. But Liangzhu achieved such feats in an age when most societies still depended on the natural course of rivers. The city itself was a jewel of jade. Across Liangzhu's ruins, archaeologists have uncovered an astonishing number of jade artifacts, discs, tubes, axes, and ritual objects of exquisite craftsmanship. These were not simple ornaments. Many were intricately carved with motifs of mythical figures, deities, and animals. Jade held deep meaning for the Liangzhu people, symbolizing status, spiritual power, and a connection to the divine. Tombs of elites contained lavish jade offerings, while ordinary burials contained none, reflecting a sharp social divide. The most iconic of these artifacts is the jade kong, a rectangular tube with a circular hole through its center. Its sides are decorated with stylized masks, faces that may represent spirits or gods. The effort required to carve such objects was immense. Jade is one of the hardest stones in the world, and ancient artisans had no metal tools. They shaped it by grinding with sand and water, slowly working for weeks or months to finish a single piece. That the people of Liangzhu poured such energy into jade reveals how central it was to their identity and beliefs. The scale of jade production also hints at an organized, hierarchical society. Workshops must have employed skilled artisans dedicated entirely to carving. Resources had to be gathered and distributed across the city. Elites controlled the flow of jade, reinforcing their authority by surrounding themselves with objects too precious for common use. The city's leaders, whoever they were, sat at the heart of a system that combined social order, spiritual ritual, and hydraulic engineering. The discovery of Liangzhu in the 20th century reshaped the understanding of early China. For decades, scholars believed that the first complex state societies in the region emerged later, during the dynasties recorded in historical texts. But Liangzhu pushed that timeline back by millennia. Its dams and walls showed centralized planning. Its jade rituals revealed a structured religious life. Its hierarchy of burials reflected a stratified society. Far from being a small farming village, Liangzhu was a city-state, arguably the first in East Asia. The rise of Liangzhu was tied directly to water management. Without their dams and levees, the people of the Yangtze Delta could not have supported a dense urban center. Floods would have washed away homes and crops. By controlling water, Liangzhu ensured stability. That stability allowed population growth, surplus food, and specialized crafts. In turn, these fueled the production of jade and the construction of ceremonial centers. Water management was the foundation on which the city's culture stood. Yet, in a striking twist of fate, water may also have caused its downfall. Archaeological layers show that sometime around 4,300 years ago, Liangzhu was suddenly abandoned. The city's walls, palaces, and dams fell silent. Excavations suggest no signs of violent conquest, no evidence of burning or battle. Instead, thick layers of silt cover parts of the site, indicating massive flooding. Climatic studies support this, pointing to a period of extreme rainfall across the region. If the deluges overwhelmed the dams, the carefully controlled system could have collapsed in a single catastrophic season. Fields would have been destroyed, homes submerged, and the city rendered uninhabitable. The very waters Liangzhu had mastered for centuries returned in force, sweeping the city away. This collapse left a deep mark on the memory of the region. Later cultures flourished elsewhere in China, but Liangzhu itself was forgotten. No written records survive to tell us the names of its leaders or the stories of its people. For thousands of years, its dams lay hidden under forest and soil, its jade buried in tombs beneath the earth. Only in recent decades has its full extent begun to emerge, pieced together through careful excavation, satellite imagery, and geological surveys. The story of Liangzhu is more than one of loss, however. It reveals how early humans could transform their environment with astonishing ingenuity. The dams and levees stand as silent witnesses to a society that understood the rhythms of rivers and rains, that shaped a living landscape into a city sustained by water. The scale of their achievement challenges modern assumptions about what was possible 5,000 years ago. It is also a reminder of fragility. For centuries, Liangzhu thrived because its people maintained a delicate balance with the natural world. But when climate shifted, their mastery was no longer enough. The floods swept in, and the city vanished. That pattern, innovation, flourishing, collapse, appears again and again across ancient history. Liangzhu is simply one of the clearest and most poignant examples. Today, walking through the site, visitors can still see the traces of its hydraulic genius. Earth walls rise from the fields. The faint outlines of dams stretch across the valleys. Archaeologists mark canals that once carried water through the heart of the city. Standing there, it is easy to imagine the sound of water rushing through sluices, the sight of boats gliding along canals, the glitter of jade in the hands of a priest during a ritual. Liangzhu comes alive not as ruins of stone, but as a living city of water and earth. For all its mystery, Liangzhu feels strangely modern. The challenges its people faced, floods, climate change, resource management, are ones we still confront today. Their solutions, though ancient, reveal an understanding of ecology and engineering that resonates across millennia. Perhaps that is why Liangzhu continues to capture imagination. It shows us both the brilliance and the vulnerability of human societies. The city built on water, strengthened by jade, and lost to floods remains one of the great enigmas of early civilization. Its walls no longer guard, its dams no longer hold, but its story flows onward, carried by the rivers it once tamed, waiting to join the next chapter in our journey through the world's most extraordinary ancient sites. The farmer never expected history to open beneath his hands. He was working the soil in Sichuan in the early 1920s when his shovel struck something that gleamed. Pulling it free, he found not a stone, but a piece of jade, carefully shaped, oddly out of place in his field. It was set aside as a curiosity, but that chance encounter would eventually unravel the story of one of the strangest and most sophisticated Bronze Age cultures ever uncovered. Archaeologists would later trace the jade back to the banks of the Minjiang River, where the land gave up signs of an ancient city. At first, the traces were ordinary, rammed earth walls packed down layer by layer to form vast fortifications. Yet even these were astonishing in scale. The walls stretched for nearly 5 miles, enclosing an area large enough to hold palaces, workshops, ceremonial platforms, and neighborhoods for thousands of people. This was no small settlement. It was a capital of a powerful state. centuries before the unification of China under dynasties more widely known. But it was what lay beneath the soil that transformed Sanxingdui from a footnote into a puzzle. In 1986, 2 sacrificial pits were discovered, filled with fragments of objects unlike anything ever seen in Chinese archaeology. What began as an excavation quickly became a revelation. Out of the earth came broken bronzes, burned ivory, carved jade, hammered gold, thousands of pieces deposited with deliberate care, as if to preserve and destroy them at the same time. The bronzes commanded the most attention. Some were masks, broad-faced and otherworldly, with eyes that jutted outward at impossible angles. Others were full figures, a towering statue of a man, nearly life-size, standing upright with arms extended, his face expressionless, his stance rigid. The largest of the masks stretched more than a meter across, heavy enough to require tremendous labor just to lift. Among the fragments were also pieces of a massive bronze tree, reconstructed to reveal curling branches decorated with birds and blossoms, reaching more than 12 feet high. The eyes remain the most haunting feature. They bulge and protrude, as though their makers wanted to depict beings who saw further than ordinary mortals. The faces are stern, rectangular, even mechanical in their simplicity, yet undeniably human. Some scholars suggest they represent gods, others ancestral spirits, still others beings from myth. They bear no resemblance to the bronzes of the Shang dynasty, whose vessels and ornaments celebrated animals, dragons, and natural forms. Sanxingdui's vision was different, alien even, and it has led generations of viewers to wonder whether its people were touched by ideas no one else carried. The artistry itself speaks to a mastery of metallurgy far beyond what most expect of that age. To create bronzes of this size, Sanxingdui's craftsmen used piece mold casting, shaping clay around models, reassembling the molds and pouring in molten alloy. To control copper, tin and lead in precise measures, and to produce casts weighing hundreds of pounds, required infrastructure, organized mining, workshops, artisans, transport. This was not craft in isolation, but a system supported by a thriving state. Gold, too, played a role. Sheets of hammered metal were found among the fragments, once adorning wood or cloth, now long decayed. Ivory tusks, traded from distant lands, lay burned in heaps, consumed as offerings. The mix of materials, bronze, jade, gold, ivory, suggests a network of exchange stretching far beyond Sichuan. This was a city plugged into wider worlds, drawing resources from afar, yet transforming them into objects wholly unique. The ritual pits were not simple discard piles. Each contained evidence of careful burning, breaking, and layering. A mask might be deliberately shattered, its pieces placed among fragments of ivory and jade. A statue might be broken at its base, leaving its upper half buried alone. The process was one of transformation, as though the objects had to be symbolically killed before being consigned to the earth. In many cultures, breaking or burning sacred things releases their spirit, returning them to the divine. At Sanxingdui, this principle was enacted on an unprecedented scale, with treasures that would otherwise have stood in temples or palaces deliberately destroyed in sight of their people. And then, silence. Around 3,000 years ago, Sanxingdui was abandoned. The walls no longer protected bustling streets. The ritual pits were filled and sealed, their ceremonies concluded. No texts survive to tell why. Some suggest earthquakes shifted the river, leaving the city stranded without water. Others imagine warfare or internal collapse. Whatever the cause, the city fell and its people dispersed. Soon after, another site, Jinsha, not far away, flourished with bronzes, jades, and gold ornaments echoing Sanxingdui's style, as if the culture had simply moved. Yet over time, even that site faded, absorbed into the broader flow of Chinese history. When the bronzes first went on display, scholars and the public alike were startled. The faces seemed too strange, too distinct from the rest of ancient China. Some whispered of connections to distant lands, perhaps Central Asia or beyond. Others even suggested influences from places so far away they could only be imagined. While archaeology today sees Sanxingdui firmly in the context of China's diverse Bronze Age cultures, the otherworldly quality of its art continues to stir speculation. What the bronzes reveal most clearly is a vision of reality different from that of their contemporaries. Where others depicted animals, these artisans sculpted faces that dominate, eyes that demand attention, trees that belong more to myth than to nature. Theirs was a world where ritual demanded spectacle, where offerings meant destruction, where gods or ancestors took forms unlike any seen before. The bronzes do not just represent, they perform, even now, staring back across millennia. Visitors who stand before them in museums today often remark on the feeling of being watched. The eyes, wide and forward-thrusting, do not avert their gaze. The expressions are not warm, nor are they hostile. They are fixed, beyond human emotion, carriers of meanings that elude us. The bronze tree, its branches spiraling upward, appears frozen mid-motion, as if growing toward a light no longer present. Each artifact vibrates with questions rather than answers. Sanxingdui also reminds us that history is rarely linear. For generations, Chinese archaeology focused on the Shang and Zhou dynasties, tracing a line from early kings to imperial unity. Yet here, in Sichuan, was another path. A city that rose high, cast visions in bronze, and then disappeared. Its memory was erased, its name forgotten, until a farmer's shovel struck jade. How many other cultures left no written word, their brilliance buried until chance uncovers them? The mystery deepens when we consider the scale of devotion. Imagine the moment. Priests chanting, fires burning, bronzes shattered, ivory consumed, crowds watching in silence. A mask gleams as it is lifted, then brought down with force, broken to release its power. Fragments tumble into the pit, covered by ash, then sealed beneath earth. Thousands of such acts, repeated layer by layer until the pits were full. This was not the work of a day but of years, perhaps generations, each deposit carrying the weight of ceremony. Some have speculated that the destruction marked an ending, perhaps the close of an age. The people may have believed their gods were withdrawing, or that catastrophe demanded sacrifice beyond measure. To bury so much wealth, to burn so much ivory, was no ordinary offering. It suggests crisis, a society compelled to lay its greatest treasures to rest. In that final act, Sanxingdui may have sought to preserve its relationship with forces greater than itself, even as its city dissolved. Today, what survives is both fragile and enduring. The bronzes gleam as if newly cast, yet they are fragments, their original context lost. The walls remain in outline, the city only half revealed. Each excavation uncovers more, yet each find multiplies the questions. The site is not a solved puzzle but an expanding one, its pieces defying easy fit. Perhaps that is what makes Sanxingdui so compelling. It resists closure. The bronzes are too strange to settle into familiar categories, the city too incomplete to reconstruct fully. It stands on the edge of understanding, reminding us that the past was vast, filled with visions we may never fully share. The masks, the tree, the shattered fragments, all of them belong to a story that ended before it could be written. What remains are objects with voices too quiet to hear, yet strong enough to linger. They pull us into questions not just about Sanxingdui, but about human imagination itself. How many other ways of seeing the world once thrived, only to be buried? How many visions of gods and cosmos were cast in bronze, then broken, their meanings lost in silence? The ground at Sanxingdui keeps its secrets, but in the objects that rise from it, we glimpse a society that built on a scale equal to its dreams, and that trusted its visions enough to sacrifice them in fire and earth. The faces still stare, fixed in expressions that time cannot soften. They are the last witnesses of a vanished world, looking outward to horizons we have yet to reach, carrying us forward to the next mystery waiting beyond them. It was the jade that first betrayed the stones. Archaeologists working in the dry hills of northern Shanxi were tracing old terraces when their tools struck thin, gleaming blades. They were not loose artifacts carried by trade or burial goods hidden in tombs, but rows of carefully placed pieces embedded directly into the walls of an ancient fortress. Hundreds of blades, their edges dulled by time, had been pressed between stones as if the builders had woven ritual into the very bones of their city. No other site in China, or anywhere else in the world, showed such deliberate fusion of weapon and structure. It was a discovery that forced a rethinking of how early states combined defense, power, and belief. This place, now called Shimao, stretched across the Loess Plateau, its outlines long mistaken for natural ridges. Only in the 21st century did surveys reveal the scale of what had been built, a citadel of stone rising above terraces and platforms, enclosing an area of more than 1,000 acres. At its heart stood a stepped core of palaces, courtyards, and ceremonial halls, surrounded by thick walls cut and assembled with precision. Beyond, neighborhoods sprawled outward, connected by roads and stairways, filling the plateau with life. It was not a village, nor even a fortified town, but a capital, the largest known urban center of its age in East Asia. The walls remain the most striking feature. Built of large stone blocks, some more than 6 feet across, they rose in tiers, each level ringed with bastions, gates, and defensive corridors. At their foundations, jade blades gleamed between the stones, sometimes arranged in clusters, sometimes in straight rows, as if forming barriers not only of rock, but of spirit. The jade was not local. It had been quarried far away and carried to the plateau at great cost. To spend so much of it in walls rather than ornaments or burial offerings suggests that the city's defenses were also shrines, lines of protection against forces both human and unseen. Within these walls, the citadel's core was a seat of authority. Palaces with rammed earth platforms supported timber halls, their roofs long since collapsed, but their outlines preserved. Stairways rose from one terrace to another, creating a progression upward toward spaces reserved for ritual. Murals painted in black and red decorated some walls, their pigments faint yet vivid enough to reveal geometric designs and images of human figures. Archaeologists uncovered altars where bones were burned, along with evidence of music and dance, drums, flutes, and carvings of performers frozen mid-motion. Yet the grandeur of Shimao came at a price. Excavations revealed mass burials at the base of its walls, not of honored elites, but of the vanquished. Dozens of skulls were found in pits, some arranged in patterns, others scattered as if left by hurried rites. Many bore signs of violent death. Scholars suggest these were war captives sacrificed during construction, their remains sealed into the fortress as offerings to sanctify its strength. Such practices are not unique to Shimao. Sacrificial deposits appear in other early states, but the scale here is chilling, and the link to the walls direct. To defend the city, human lives were consumed alongside stone and jade. The citadel thrived around 4,000 years ago, in the late 3rd millennium BCE. This was a time when other regions of the world were also experimenting with urban complexity, pyramids rising in Egypt, palaces spreading in Mesopotamia, and ceremonial centers emerging along the Indus. In China, Shimao stood apart, predating the dynasties recorded in traditional histories. Long before the Shang kings cast bronzes, long before the Zhou lords carved their realms, this plateau city ruled as a center of its own world. Its people were not isolated. Among the artifacts recovered are seashells carried from distant coasts, turquoise from western mountains, and styles of pottery showing links across vast regions. Jade of different kinds appears in abundance, signaling exchange with centers far away. The city's builders were not only warriors and farmers but participants in a wide network of trade and communication. The ritual life of Shimao is glimpsed in fragments. Altars scattered across the citadel held offerings of bones and charred remains. Figurines carved in stone show human forms, sometimes with exaggerated heads or stylized limbs, perhaps ancestors or deities. A group of murals portrays serpentine creatures entwined with human figures, hinting at myths now long lost. The terraces themselves may have been stages for performance, where processions moved from gate to courtyard, from lower to higher levels, enacting ceremonies for the city's elite. One of the most enigmatic finds was the discovery of female remains in select chambers near the palace. These women, young and healthy at the time of death, appear to have been sacrificed, their lives given to consecrate the buildings. Their presence speaks of a ritual system where power was maintained not only through architecture and warfare, but through offerings of human vitality. Life in Shimao was not only ritual and sacrifice, however. Workshops produced pottery, tools, and ornaments. Agricultural terraces spread beyond the citadel, sustained by the waters of the nearby river. Storage pits show surpluses of grain, while traces of domesticated animals suggest herds grazed on the surrounding slopes. The city was a living organism, with markets, households, and craftsmen supporting its monumental core. Yet the most enduring impression remains the fusion of violence and beauty. To walk through the excavated gates is to pass walls studded with jade, gleaming symbols set beside the bones of the sacrificed. To climb the terraces is to step onto platforms where music once rose, dances once moved, and painted figures stared from the walls. The city was both fortress and stage, built to impress, defend, and connect heaven and earth. What ended Shimao is less clear. By the late 2nd millennium BCE, it had been abandoned. Climatic shifts may have dried the plateau, forcing its people to leave. Conflict with rival centers may have toppled its rule. Whatever the cause, the terraces crumbled, the murals faded, and the walls filled with dust. For centuries, the site lay hidden beneath erosion, its greatness remembered by no one, until archaeologists traced its outline once more. The rediscovery of Shimao challenges familiar stories. For decades, Chinese civilization was thought to have crystallized along the Yellow River, flowing steadily from Neolithic villages to the Shang dynasty and beyond. But Shimao shows a parallel path, a state rising independently, shaping its own art, ritual, and cityscape before fading. Its presence proves that early China was never a single thread, but a weave of many traditions, some now almost forgotten. Standing at the site today, one sees vast walls rising from dusty ridges, the terraces stepping upward toward the remains of the palace. The wind carries fine yellow soil across the plateau, settling into cracks where jade still lies hidden in stone. Archaeologists uncover fragments each season, a painted shard, a carved figurine, a pit of bones. Each discovery adds detail, yet the whole remains elusive. Shimao is too large, too complex to resolve quickly. It resists completion, holding its mysteries with the same firmness as its walls. The jade blades still startle, their edges dull but their shapes intact. They catch the light in ways no ordinary stone can. Why place so many into walls? Were they meant as guardians, as offerings, or as bonds between the city and the earth itself? To waste what was precious seems improbable, yet to invest what was precious into defense reveals a worldview where walls were more than barriers. They were sacred boundaries, lines where the human world met the unknown. The skulls tell another story. Rows of the dead sealed into foundations suggest conquest, enemies defeated and repurposed as guardians of the city. Their presence is grim, yet it binds Shimao to a pattern seen across continents, where early states consecrated their buildings with human lives. Power was built not only in stone, but in sacrifice. The city fed by blood as much as by grain. To imagine Shimao alive is to hear the clash of labor. Stones dragged, jade blades pressed, skulls sealed in pits. Above, musicians beat drums, dancers move in courtyards, priests lift offerings to fire. The terraces fill with processions, while beyond the walls, farmers sow the fields and shepherds tend their flocks. A city vast and alive, centered on beliefs we cannot fully share, but can glimpse in fragments of jade, murals, and bone. When the city fell, its name was forgotten, its people dispersed, yet the stones remained, waiting for recognition. Only recently have archaeologists traced its scale, piecing together the citadel's plan and unearthing the treasures it concealed. Shimao is no longer a hidden plateau, but a window into a chapter of human history that had vanished without memory. The terraces climb still, their steps broken, their walls weathered but imposing. The jade gleams faintly where uncovered, its presence unchanged across 4 millennia. Shimao reminds us that even in places thought barren, greatness once rose, binding stone, ritual, and life into a single vision. It leaves us with fragments not of answers, but of questions carved into the earth of the Loess Plateau, waiting for us to listen more closely to what they might yet reveal. The painted eyes were the first to emerge from the soil. Archaeologists brushing through layers of clay uncovered fragments of a face, large, almond-shaped eyes outlined in black pigment, their pupils gazing outward with a presence that still felt alive after 5,000 years. Piece by piece, the fragments were reassembled into the head of a figure unlike any previously known in ancient China. The features were stylized, yet unmistakably human, a goddess rendered in clay and once placed within a sanctuary that overlooked the valleys of Liaoning. The discovery was startling not only for its artistry, but for what it revealed about a forgotten tradition, the Hongshan culture, whose monuments and rituals suggested a level of belief and organization far older than dynastic history had acknowledged. The sanctuary stood on a hilltop at Niuheliang, where rolling ridges descend into wide river valleys. From this vantage point, the builders commanded both the landscape and the sky. The site was not a village, but a ceremonial complex. Surrounding it were altars, mounds, and megalithic structures, all arranged to create a setting of reverence. The heart of the complex was the so-called Goddess Temple, though its true ancient name is unknown. It was here that life-size statues of deities, crafted from painted clay over wooden and reed frames, once stood in chambers of stone. The figures' bodies have long decayed, but their heads remain, faces with painted eyes, mouths formed in faint smiles, and expressions that suggest both mystery and authority. The scale of the site is immense. Excavations across the surrounding landscape revealed more than 100 burial mounds, some containing jade offerings shaped into dragons, birds, and ritual blades. Other features included platforms of stone, their surfaces blackened by fire, where sacrifices appear to have been made. Together, these structures formed a ritual landscape stretching for miles, with the hilltop sanctuary as its focal point. It was not an isolated shrine, but part of a vast ceremonial center that drew communities together for rites of fertility, death, and cosmic order. The goddess temple itself was unusual in construction. Unlike later Chinese sanctuaries built of timber and tile, this structure combined stone foundations with clay figures painted in color. The walls bore traces of red and black pigments, while fragments of plaster show patterns of decoration. The life-size statues, fragile yet ambitious, represented not ordinary ancestors but deities. Their presence suggests a system of worship where gods were embodied, displayed, and perhaps approached in rituals of communication. The faces are strikingly modern in their simplicity. Oval heads, wide eyes, straight noses, yet they speak from a world very distant in time. One cannot separate Niuheliang from the jades. Among the burials and altars were exquisite pieces shaped into coiled dragons, discs, and ritual blades. Many were polished to a luminous sheen, their forms precise despite the hardness of the stone. Some scholars believe these objects carried symbolic meaning linked to fertility, power, or the cosmos. The dragon forms in particular are remarkable, their serpentine bodies suggesting creatures that would later become central in Chinese mythology. To find them here, long before the rise of dynasties, reveals that many of the motifs considered classical were already ancient by the time they entered recorded history. The Hongshan culture flourished around the 4th millennium BCE, centuries before the cities of the Yellow River. For a long time it remained obscure, known only through scattered artifacts. The discovery of Niuheliang transformed that picture. Here was evidence not of a simple farming society, but of complex ritual life, monumental construction, and symbolic art. The presence of large-scale ceremonial sites implies leadership capable of organizing labor and belief capable of uniting communities across wide distances. It does not fit neatly into older models of Chinese origins, which focused on the Central Plains. Instead, it shows that the roots of civilization in East Asia were multiple, diverse, and often forgotten. The most haunting aspect of Niuheliang is the fragility of its statues. Unlike stone or bronze, clay and wood cannot survive intact across millennia. What remains are fragments, faces without bodies, pigments without full designs. Yet even in pieces, they communicate something powerful. The painted eyes, large and focused, suggest deities who watched over ceremonies, demanding attention. One can imagine processions climbing the hill, bringing offerings of jade, grain, or animals, placing them before the statues while fires burned on altars outside. The air would have carried the scent of smoke, the sound of chants, and the sight of painted figures gazing from their chambers. The burials surrounding the site add another dimension. Many contained only a few bones or partial remains, often accompanied by jade. Some were grouped in clusters, suggesting family or communal ties. Others held evidence of sacrifice. In a few cases, the bones were arranged in unusual ways, hinting at rituals now lost to memory. What is clear is that the dead were not forgotten. They were placed within a sacred landscape that tied human life to divine presence. The megalithic features of Neo-Heliang are also striking. Stone platforms, some built from large slabs, were aligned to mark ritual spaces. Unlike the standing stones of Europe, these were flat constructions, yet their placement and scale indicate deliberate planning. One platform contained traces of ash and burnt bone, suggesting ceremonies involving fire. Another was associated with pits filled with jade. The builders were shaping the landscape into a network of sacred zones, each serving a role in the cycle of worship. The decline of the Hongshan culture is still debated. By the 3rd millennium BCE, the ceremonial centers were abandoned. Climate change may have played a role. Evidence suggests that the region became drier, reducing its capacity to support agriculture. Migration and conflict may also have contributed. Whatever the cause, the goddess statues were left behind, their temples collapsing, their jades buried and forgotten. For millennia, the hilltop lay quiet until archaeologists uncovered its secrets once more. The rediscovery of Neo-Heliang in the 20th century was slow and piecemeal. Local farmers first found jade artifacts while digging fields. Later, surveys revealed the mounds and platforms. Only systematic excavations exposed the temple itself with its clay figures. The scale of the discovery was recognized quickly. This was not a minor site, but a key to understanding early belief in East Asia. Since then, scholars have debated its meaning. Were the clay statues literal images of gods? Did they represent ancestors elevated to divine status, or were they symbols of fertility and the earth, guardians of life and death? No single answer satisfies, and perhaps none can. What is undeniable is the artistry. The faces, though stylized, carry an emotional weight. Their painted eyes still seem to look outward, engaging any viewer across the gulf of time. Few Neolithic cultures attempted life-size human statues, and fewer still painted them with detail. To find such work in a region once thought peripheral challenges assumptions about sophistication in early societies. Some archaeologists note the parallels between Neo-Heliang and other early monumental cultures. Like the stone circles of Europe, it combined ritual architecture with burials. Like the temples of Malta, it displayed figures that may represent goddesses. Yet its style is distinct, rooted in the traditions of northern China. The jade dragons, the clay figures, and the platforms of stone all speak to a unique synthesis of art and belief. Today, the site is preserved but fragile. The clay statues cannot be exposed for long without risk of decay, so they rest in laboratories and museums, their fragments carefully conserved. Visitors to the site see the outlines of the temple, the platforms, and the burial mounds stretching across the hills. The landscape remains windswept, the views wide, the sense of ceremony palpable even without the statues in place. One can still imagine the processions climbing the hill, carrying jades and offerings, approaching the painted faces with reverence. What lingers most from Neo-Heliang is the impression of presence. The goddess statues, though broken, seem alive. Their eyes meet ours with a gaze that transcends time, linking us to a moment 5,000 years ago when belief was embodied in clay. The altars and platforms show a society that poured immense effort into rituals, shaping stone and earth to create sacred ground. The jades reveal a devotion to beauty and symbol, carried across generations. Together, they form a picture not of a simple farming culture, but of a civilization deeply invested in the unseen. The story of Neo-Heliang is not complete. Excavations continue, revealing new mounds, new artifacts, new fragments of statues. Each season adds detail but also deepens mystery. Who were the deities in clay? What rituals were performed before them? How did belief shape the lives of those who climbed the hill with offerings? The answers may never be fully known, but the fragments we have are enough to suggest a richness of thought, a world of ceremony, and a vision of humanity reaching toward the divine. The painted eyes found in the soil remind us that even when civilizations vanish, their expressions can remain. At Neo-Heliang, The gaze of the goddess carries across millennia, quiet but insistent, drawing us into a dialogue with a world that knew neither writing nor metal, yet found ways to shape clay, jade, and stone into a sacred whole. The hilltop sanctuary endures not as a ruin alone, but as a question, an open invitation to wonder what else lies hidden in the earliest chapters of human imagination. The basalt columns lie stacked on the slope like fallen logs, their hexagonal shapes fitting so tightly together that they almost appear carved by intent. At first glance, one might assume they are simply a natural formation, the result of volcanic forces that cooled lava into regular prisms. But at Gunung Padang in the highlands of West Java, the arrangement tells a different story. Terraces step up the hill in a sequence of platforms, each bordered by rows of upright stones, each surface scattered with columnar blocks set in deliberate order. The impression is not of nature alone, but of nature shaped by human vision, turned into a megalithic monument whose true age and meaning remain fiercely debated. Gunung Padang rises above misty valleys and rice fields, its name translating as Mountain of Light or Mountain of Enlightenment. The hill itself is modest in height, yet the site covers a wide expanse of slopes, with terraces stepping upward toward the summit. 5 primary terraces are visible today, each linked by stone stairways. The steps, steep and uneven, force a slow ascent, as if the climb itself were part of a ritual process. Standing on the upper platform, one can look out across the surrounding hills, an elevated perspective that once may have reinforced a sense of contact between earth and sky. The first reports of Gunung Padang came from Dutch colonial surveyors in the early 20th century, who noted the strange basalt columns and the terraced form of the hill. Local villagers, however, had long regarded the place as sacred. Folklore spoke of ancient kings and supernatural beings connected to the site, and offerings continued to be left among the stones. For decades, the terraces were little studied, overshadowed by the temples of Java's more recent Hindu and Buddhist past. But in the late 20th century, archaeologists began to examine the site more closely, and what they found suggested layers of construction reaching deep into prehistory. Excavations revealed that the visible terraces were only the surface. Beneath them lay earlier phases of stonework, buried under soil and rubble. Core samples taken from the hill suggested repeated building episodes, with some layers possibly extending back more than 10,000 years. Such claims are controversial, for they challenge established timelines of monumental construction in Southeast Asia. If confirmed, they would place Gunung Padang among the oldest man-made structures in the world. Yet even the more cautious estimates, dating the upper terraces to around 2,000 years ago, acknowledge that this was no ordinary settlement but a ceremonial site of remarkable ambition. The construction method relied on columnar basalt, a material abundant in the volcanic landscape. The hexagonal columns were quarried from nearby flows and transported to the site. Some were set upright to form retaining walls. Others were laid horizontally to pave the terraces. Their regular shape allowed them to interlock, creating sturdy surfaces without the need for mortar. The effect is striking. Rows of stone columns standing like fences, platforms paved with blocks that seem almost geometric. This combination of natural form and human arrangement blurs the line between geology and architecture, making the terraces appear both organic and intentional. On the main terraces, arrangements of stones suggest ritual use. Some blocks are set upright in small circles, perhaps serving as altars or markers. Others lie in linear patterns, their orientation hinting at alignments with cardinal directions or celestial events. Local traditions recall the place as a site of meditation and ceremony, and the presence of shaped platforms supports the idea that gatherings were held here. The labor required to move and set the basalt columns implies communal effort, suggesting that the site was central to the identity of those who built it. The debate over Gunung Padang's age has been intense. Geophysical surveys in the 21st century revealed anomalies beneath the terraces, zones of compacted stone and possible chambers buried deep within the hill. Some researchers argue that these indicate human construction extending to depths of several meters, far below the surface terraces. Radiocarbon dates from organic material within these layers have yielded ages as early as 20,000 years. If accurate, Such results would rewrite the story of human monumentality, placing Gunung Padang long before the rise of agriculture. Yet critics caution that the samples may represent natural deposits or intrusive materials rather than direct evidence of construction. The mainstream consensus remains cautious, suggesting that the upper terraces belong to the late Neolithic or early Iron Age, while the deeper layers require further study. Regardless of the precise age, the site reflects deliberate design. The 5 terraces create a stepped progression, each level slightly smaller than the one below, producing a pyramidal effect. This recalls other stepped monuments worldwide, from Mesopotamian ziggurats to Mesoamerican pyramids, though built here from columnar basalt rather than brick or cut stone. The ascent by steep stairways emphasizes the movement upward, a symbolic climb toward the summit where rituals may have culminated. The effort of climbing, the pause on each terrace, the alignment of stones, all suggest a choreography of ritual, a shaping of human movement as much as of stone. The view from the summit reinforces the impression. Hills roll outward in all directions, their slopes green with vegetation, their valleys filled with haze. To stand here at sunrise or sunset is to see the sky ignite across a wide horizon. It is easy to imagine ceremonies timed to celestial events, the terraces serving as platforms for observation and performance. Some researchers have proposed that alignments of stones correspond to solstices or equinoxes, though the evidence remains debated. What is clear is that the builders positioned their monument to command both land and sky. Local oral traditions add a layer of meaning. Villagers speak of the site as a place connected to ancestors and spirits. Some stories describe it as built by the legendary King Siliwangi, who commanded supernatural beings to create it overnight. Others regard it as a gateway to hidden chambers beneath the earth. Such tales, while mythic, reflect the sense of mystery the terraces inspire. Even without precise dates or functions, the site communicates power through its scale and form, inviting explanations that reach beyond ordinary construction. The sheer quantity of stone is striking. Thousands of basalt columns were transported and placed, each weighing tens to hundreds of kilograms. The coordination required suggests a society capable of organizing large labor forces. Unlike later Javanese monuments built of cut and carved blocks, Gunung Padang relies on the natural shape of its stone, yet the result is no less impressive. The interlocking hexagons create terraces that have lasted millennia, resisting erosion on a volcanic slope. Archaeological work at the site continues to evolve. Excavations have revealed hearths, pottery fragments, and tools, indicating that the terraces were used across centuries. Yet the absence of domestic structures reinforces the idea that this was a ceremonial center rather than a village. The focus was not on dwelling, but on gathering, ritual, and perhaps astronomical observation. The layering of construction suggests that successive generations rebuilt and expanded the site, maintaining its sacred status across long spans of time. For visitors today, the climb up the terraces is both physical and contemplative. The stairways are steep, the stones irregular, demanding attention with each step. At the summit, the view opens, and the presence of the basalt blocks arranged across the platform creates a sense of standing in a place outside ordinary time. The silence of the hillside contrasts with the thought of the labor and ceremony that once filled it. It becomes clear why local people continue to treat the site with reverence, leaving offerings of flowers and incense among the stones. In broader perspective, Gunung Padang belongs to a family of megalithic traditions spread across the Indonesian archipelago. Other sites in Sumatra, Sulawesi, and Nias feature upright stones, dolmens, and terraced constructions, though few approach Gunung Padang in scale. These traditions suggest a deep-rooted practice of shaping stone into monuments for ritual, ancestor veneration, and cosmological symbolism. In this sense, Gunung Padang is not an anomaly, but a pinnacle of a regional pattern, expressing in its terraces the culmination of long traditions. The unresolved debates over its age may never fully quiet. Whether 10,000 or 2,000 years old, the terraces testify to human capacity to reshape landscapes for meaning. They remind us that history is not linear, that societies rise and fall, leaving behind monuments whose purposes are partly obscured. At Gunung Padang, the interplay of geology and architecture, of natural form and human intention, creates a puzzle that resists easy answers. As dusk falls on the terraces, the basalt columns cast long lines across the slope. The hill becomes once again what it always was, a place between worlds, part natural formation, part human creation, layered with centuries of use and mystery. The climb downward is steep, yet the memory of the summit lingers, the impression of terraces carved from a mountain of stone remaining vivid long after departure. Gunung Padang does not offer its secrets freely. It stands as a monument shaped in stages, part visible, part buried, part still hidden within the debates of scholars and the stories of villagers. What it reveals is as important as what it conceals, a glimpse of human ambition reaching deep into the past, a reminder that beneath familiar landscapes, extraordinary legacies may lie waiting. And while its precise origins remain contested, the terraces hold their ground, silent markers of an age when people looked at a volcanic hill and decided to make it sacred. Rain collects in the hollows of the statues, settling in their carved features as if the sky itself lingers on their faces. In the grassy fields of the Bada Valley on the island of Sulawesi, stone figures stand and sit, some tall and upright, others squat and rounded. Their eyes are wide, their mouths carved with curious simplicity, their bodies abstract yet unmistakably human. Scattered among them are massive stone vats, hollowed cylinders whose purpose is no clearer than the statues themselves. The landscape is dotted with these enigmatic relics, some half buried in the soil, others tilted at strange angles, as if they have watched centuries pass without moving, guardians of a past that has slipped into silence. The Bada Valley lies in the heart of central Sulawesi, surrounded by mountains and cut with rivers. Mist often rolls across its wide plains, and from certain vantage points the fields seem like a stage upon which the statues have been carefully placed. Yet they are not clustered in a single complex. Instead, they are scattered across kilometers of land, sometimes alone, sometimes in groups, their positions suggesting a loose web of significance rather than a single monument. Archaeologists have counted hundreds of these megaliths, though local traditions insist there are more, some hidden deep in forest or under layers of soil. No one knows exactly when the statues were carved or by whom. Estimates vary, with some suggesting they date back more than 2,000 years, while others argue for more recent centuries. The difficulty lies in the lack of inscriptions, datable materials, or clear parallels. The people who shaped them left no written record, and oral traditions, though rich, are layered with myth. Yet the very ambiguity is what draws attention. These figures, with their oversized heads and staring eyes, resist easy categorization, standing apart from the artistic traditions of neighboring islands. Each statue is unique. Some rise as high as 4 meters, their surfaces worn by weather but their forms still recognizable. Others are small, barely more than a meter tall, their rounded faces peering just above the grass. Many have arms folded across their bodies, though the details are schematic rather than realistic. The carvings emphasize certain features, eyes, mouth, sometimes genitals, while leaving the rest of the body reduced to smooth outlines. The effect is both simple and striking, as if the sculptors distilled human presence to its most elemental form. Equally puzzling are the vats. These massive stone cylinders, some weighing several tons, are hollowed out with remarkable precision. Their walls are thick, their openings wide, their interiors smooth. Some have lids, also carved from stone, fitted carefully atop the openings. The function of these vats is unknown. Some scholars suggest they were used as burial containers, a theory supported by comparisons with jar burials in Southeast Asia. Others propose they held offerings, water, or fermented drinks for rituals. Whatever their role, the effort to carve and move them marks them as significant. Local legends describe the statues as once living beings turned to stone. One story tells of wrongdoers punished by being petrified, their crimes forever frozen in the expressions of the megaliths. Another speaks of giants who built them, shaping stone as easily as clay. These tales blur history and myth, but they reveal a sense of awe that has accompanied the statues for generations. The villagers who live near them continue to treat them with respect, sometimes leaving offerings or marking them as places of significance in community life. The statues' placement is not random. Many stand near rivers, paths, or prominent natural features. Their orientation suggests that they were deliberately positioned to face certain directions or landmarks. Some appear to form pairs, male and female figures complementing each other. Others stand near the vats, hinting at a connection between anthropomorphic statues and cylindrical containers. Together, they create a ritual landscape that stretches across the valley, an open-air complex where the natural environment and the carved stones merge into one. Carving basalt and granite is no small task, especially with the tools available in pre-metal or early metal ages. The sculptors must have used pounding stones to chip away at the hard surfaces, a slow and laborious process. To hollow the vats, they would have needed patience and coordination, gradually removing the core until the desired shape emerged. Moving the statues from quarry to field required communal effort, with logs or ropes likely used to transport them. Each piece represents hours upon hours of work, suggesting that the community devoted significant resources to their creation. The anthropomorphic style has drawn comparisons to other enigmatic traditions across the world. Some see parallels with the Moai of Easter Island, with their oversized heads and simplified features. Others note similarities with prehistoric figures from the Philippines or even with the Olmec heads of Mesoamerica. Yet such comparisons are superficial, for each culture developed independently, responding to local needs and beliefs. What connects them is the human impulse to carve identity, to inscribe presence into stone so that it persists beyond the life of the maker. In the Bada Valley, the statues' expressions are particularly intriguing. Many have eyes carved as circles or ovals, sometimes deeply incised, sometimes shallow. Their mouths range from thin slits to broad lines, their moods shifting from solemn to neutral to faintly smiling. Some figures have headdresses or marks on their faces, suggesting distinctions of rank or role. The simplicity of the style makes interpretation difficult, but the impression is unmistakably human, as if the sculptors sought to give permanence to faces they considered important. Archaeologists studying the valley often emphasize the communal nature of the site. Unlike temples or palaces built for centralized authority, the scattered placement of statues suggests a network of smaller communities, each contributing to a shared tradition. The vats, possibly linked to communal rites of burial or feasting, reinforce this view. Together, the megaliths may represent a landscape of ritual memory, where each stone figure and container anchored the identity of a group within the larger valley. Excavations around some of the vats have yielded pottery fragments, stone tools, and traces of human bones. These findings support the burial theory, though not conclusively. If the vats were indeed used for mortuary practices, then the statues might have represented guardians or ancestral figures placed nearby to watch over the dead. This would explain the consistent association between figures and containers, and it would situate the valley within broader Southeast Asian traditions of ancestor veneration. What makes Bada especially compelling is how open it feels. Unlike enclosed tombs or walled sanctuaries, the statues stand under the sky, scattered across fields where people still farm and graze animals. Life goes on around them, and they appear as part of the landscape rather than separate from it. This integration may have been intentional, a way of linking the rituals of the past to the cycles of everyday life. By placing ancestors and sacred containers in the open, the builders ensured that their presence was felt continually, not hidden away. Modern visitors often describe the valley as haunting, though in truth its atmosphere is more contemplative than ominous. The statues do not loom so much as they linger, their faces weathered but calm. Walking among them, one senses continuity. People once stood here shaping stone, people now pass through cultivating fields, and the megaliths bridge those layers of time. They are reminders that the land has long been inhabited, long considered sacred, long marked by hands that sought permanence. Scholars continue to study the site, but many questions remain. Were the statues portraits of specific individuals, stylized but recognizable to those who carved them? Were they representations of deities, mythic ancestors, or community symbols? Were the vats primarily for burials, or did they serve multiple purposes across generations? Without texts, only the stones themselves speak. and their language is one of form, placement, and endurance. Even in uncertainty, the Bada Valley megaliths hold value. They connect Sulawesi to the wider web of megalithic traditions across the globe, from dolmens in Europe to statues on Pacific islands. They reveal how societies with limited technologies could nevertheless shape landscapes into places of power and memory. And they remind us that mystery itself has a role in human culture, that not knowing can be as compelling as knowledge, drawing people back to the stones again and again. When evening falls in the valley, the statues remain, their shapes dark against the fields. The rain collects once more in their eyes, the grass grows around their bases, and the vats hold water from the afternoon storm. They stand as they have for centuries, facing horizons whose meaning has shifted but whose presence endures. Their makers are forgotten, their precise roles uncertain, yet the impression they leave is lasting. Humanity reaching for permanence in stone, humanity leaving marks that outlive memory. And when one finally steps away from the valley, the thought lingers that other landscapes may yet hide similar relics, waiting to be found. For if such figures can stand for centuries in Sulawesi, half buried yet still visible, then the earth may hold countless other stories carved in stone, fragments of past lives not yet uncovered, hints of a human story far deeper than we have yet imagined. The sea around Khosrow shifts color with the light, emerald one moment, sapphire the next, and within one of its sheltered lagoons lie the remnants of a city unlike any other in Micronesia. On the small island of Leelu, stone walls rise in careful arrangements, forming compounds, walkways, and burial platforms. What sets them apart is not only their scale, but the material itself. Columnar basalt, shaped into long, prismatic logs, stacked like timber into ordered enclosures. These ruins, weathered and softened by time, are the traces of a once flourishing capital that, centuries ago, stood as the political and ceremonial center of Khosrow. To walk through Leelu today is to move through outlines, walls still upright, passages intact, courtyards suggesting spaces where processions once gathered. The basalt columns, though blackened and rough, retain a geometric precision that speaks of deliberate choice. Each piece was quarried, transported, and positioned with care, the work of a society capable of mobilizing labor at an impressive scale. The ruins, though now partially reclaimed by vegetation, were once the beating heart of a complex system of governance, spirituality, and kinship. Leelu's origins stretch back to at least the 14th century, though oral traditions claim the foundations were laid earlier. Archaeologists date its height of activity to between the 14th and 19th centuries, when chiefs and elites ruled from within its walled compounds. The city functioned both as a political hub and as a sacred landscape. Its compounds were arranged by rank, with high chiefs occupying the most elaborate enclosures, commoners living beyond the stone walls, and the tombs of past rulers enshrined within massive platforms that still stand. The built environment itself reflected hierarchy, status, and sacred order. The use of prismatic basalt remains one of Leelu's most striking features. This stone forms naturally as lava cools, fracturing into long hexagonal columns. Rather than break them apart into irregular chunks, Leelu's builders exploited their log-like shapes, transporting them from quarries and stacking them horizontally, creating walls that resembled a fortress of stone beams. Some walls still rise several meters, their alignment remarkably true even after centuries of storms and earthquakes. The effect would have been imposing. A city of black basalt gleaming against the blue lagoon and green mountains, a statement of permanence on an island otherwise built from coral and vegetation. Transporting the basalt was no simple task. The quarries lay some distance away, and the columns, sometimes several meters long, were heavy. It is likely they were floated on rafts or canoes across waterways, then hauled inland to construction sites. Oral traditions speak of coordinated efforts, whole communities contributing labor to projects that were not merely practical, but infused with ritual meaning. To move stone was to affirm allegiance, to build walls was to participate in the structure of society itself. The compounds within Leelu were varied but ordered. Some enclosed sacred spaces where rituals took place, others contained residences of chiefs, and still others housed administrative functions. At the heart of the city lay large tomb enclosures known as Leelu, where the bodies of paramount chiefs were interred. These tombs, massive platforms built from basalt, elevated the dead both physically and symbolically. To stand before one today is to sense the gravity with which ancestors were honored, their presence enshrined within stone that outlasted generations. Unlike many ancient sites that fell entirely into ruin after their societies declined, Leelu continued to function into the 19th century when European explorers and missionaries first documented it. Accounts describe a city still partially inhabited, its leaders still using the compounds, though already diminished in influence. Disease, colonial pressure, and shifting political structures eventually eroded Leelu's central role, and by the late 19th century, its grandeur had receded into memory. Yet the ruins endured, holding their shape even as the world around them changed. For archaeologists, Leelu represents an invaluable glimpse into Micronesian state-level society. Many Pacific islands were organized into chiefdoms or clans, but Leelu demonstrates a form of urban planning that is rare in the region. The use of stone, not only for tombs but for residences, walls and passages, reveals an ambition to build permanence into the very landscape. The city was not just a place to live, but a projection of authority, its scale and materiality designed to impress both inhabitants and visitors. The lagoon itself added to Leelu's significance. From the water, travelers would have seen the basalt walls rising in ordered lines, a contrast to the organic shapes of the surrounding island. The city was visible proof of Khosrau's strength, an architectural declaration that the society was organized, capable, and enduring. To approach Leelu by canoe must have been to witness both the natural beauty of the island and the human effort layered upon it. The tombs remain particularly striking. Built as stepped platforms, they hold chambers where chiefs were laid to rest, sometimes accompanied by grave goods. Oral traditions emphasize that chiefs were not merely leaders in life, but figures whose authority extended into the spiritual realm after death. Their tombs thus became focal points for rituals, binding the living community to its past. Standing before these platforms today, one feels the continuity of respect, the sense that these structures were never merely practical, but deeply sacred. Excavations within Leelu have uncovered artifacts that reinforce its ceremonial nature. Shell ornaments, pottery fragments, and tools hint at daily life within the compounds, while the scale of construction underscores the resources devoted to elite and ritual architecture. The contrast between the walled city and the simpler dwellings outside it reflects the stratified society, where lineage and status determined one's place, both in life and in death. Despite its grandeur, Leelu is less well known than other Pacific sites, such as Nan Madol on Pompeii. Yet the two share similarities. Both employed columnar basalt, both organized their spaces around tombs and ritual compounds, and both emerged as centers of power within their island networks. Some scholars suggest connections between the two, perhaps through voyaging traditions that spread architectural ideas across Micronesia. If true, Leelu becomes not only a local achievement, but part of a wider conversation across ocean distances, where builders experimented with stone and water to create sacred capitals. Today, walking through Leelu, one notices how the basalt walls blend with the landscape. Mangroves creep along the edges, vines drape over stones, and the lagoon reflects shifting skies. The ruins do not feel abandoned so much as transformed, their presence continuing in another form. For the people of Khosrau, Leelu remains part of cultural identity, a reminder of a past when their island was ruled from a city of stone, a reminder that their ancestors built monuments rivaling any in the Pacific. The preservation of Leelu has become a matter of both local and international concern. Efforts have been made to document the ruins, to stabilize walls, and to ensure that the site remains accessible. As with many ancient places, the challenge lies in balancing tourism, research, and respect for local traditions. Leelu is not merely a collection of stones, but a cultural landscape still tied to identity and memory. Protecting it means honoring more than archaeology. It means honoring the living community that descends from those who built it. There is a quiet rhythm to Leelu's ruins. Waves lap at the lagoon's edge, breezes rustle through the mangroves, and the basalt holds its shape through it all. The city no longer functions as it once did, yet it continues to shape perception. Visitors speak of its order, its scale, its mysterious aura. But for those who know the island's history, Leelu is not mysterious. It is a statement, clear and enduring, of who they were and what they achieved. It is easy to imagine Leelu at its height, its compounds bustling with activity, processions moving through stone-lined paths, canoes arriving at its shores. Chiefs deliberated within walls of basalt, priests carried out rites at tombs, families contributed labor to sustain the city. The basalt itself was both foundation and symbol, volcanic stone reconfigured into geometry, chaos transformed into order. Each wall, each tomb, was a reminder that society could be written into the landscape with permanence. Yet permanence is always relative. Over centuries, walls collapse, stones shift, vegetation reclaims. What remains is not the full city, but the memory inscribed in basalt, enough to suggest what once stood, but also enough to leave questions unanswered. Perhaps that is Leelu's greatest power. It gives form to memory without giving away every detail. It stands between clarity and enigma, between the known and the unknowable. And when the day draws to a close on Khosri, the lagoon reflects the fading light. The basalt walls darken against the sky, and the city rests once more in its rhythm of endurance. The people who carved, transported, and stacked those columns are long gone, yet their effort persists, bridging centuries. The ruins remind us that even in remote islands, societies dreamed large, built boldly, and tied their lives to stone that could outlast them. The story of Leelu ends not with collapse, but with transformation. The city's authority fading, yet its stones continuing to stand. And as one leaves the lagoon-side ruins behind, there lingers the thought that other landscapes across oceans may yet hold cities just as remarkable, still hidden, still waiting for their own return into sight. They do not rise into the sky like towers, nor do they glimmer with polished stone or sculpted figures. Instead, they stretch low across the flow of a river, a pattern of interlinked curves and channels so subtle that one might almost miss them at first glance. Yet these formations on the Barwon River in New South Wales are among the most extraordinary feats of engineering ever devised. Known as the Brewarrina fish traps, or Baiame's Ngunhu in Aboriginal tradition, they are not ruins of a lost civilization, but the living inheritance of one of the world's oldest continuous cultures. What is most remarkable about these stone arrangements is their practicality. The traps were designed to work with the natural rhythms of the river. As water levels rose and fell with seasonal rains, fish would follow the currents, moving into pools and channels. The stone walls, carefully set into the riverbed, guided them into holding ponds where they could be easily caught. Some sections were built to accommodate higher flows, others lower, ensuring that the system could function year-round. It is a design so effective that even modern engineers studying hydrology have marveled at its efficiency. But the Brewarrina fish traps are more than a clever system of food production. They are a record of deep time, a sign of people who observed, learned, and built, not for a single generation but for countless ones. Oral histories describe their creation by Baiame, a cultural hero, who taught the Ngemba people to construct and maintain them. In practice, they reveal a collaboration between human intention and natural flow, a dialogue between stone and water maintained for thousands of years. Archaeologists have long debated the precise age of the traps. Some estimates suggest they may be as old as 40,000 years, which would place their origin deep into the Ice Age, when human societies elsewhere were just beginning to settle into villages. More conservative estimates point to a few thousand years. Regardless of the exact figure, there is agreement that the traps are immensely ancient, their operation stretching across a span of time that defies ordinary comprehension. Unlike the short lifespans of kingdoms or empires, the traps reflect a form of continuity sustained not by monumental conquest, but by communal knowledge and shared tradition. The layout itself is striking when seen from above. Curving walls of stone bend like crescents, joining into long chains that weave across the river. The weirs are not straight barriers but arcs designed to move with the current, channeling water without blocking it. This is not an accidental detail but a sign of sophisticated understanding. Straight walls might collapse under floods, but arcs distribute force, allowing them to remain stable through centuries of changing water levels. Such insight speaks to generations of observation and refinement. Within the system, different pools served different purposes. Some were holding areas, keeping fish alive until they were needed, ensuring that food could be drawn upon gradually rather than consumed in a single catch. Others funneled fish directly into shallows where they could be speared or netted with ease. This variability reflects a sense of planning that goes beyond mere survival. It suggests a society not only ensuring sustenance, but managing resources with balance, keeping the river's life abundant for the future. The fish traps also carried social meaning. They were a place of gathering where different groups met to share food, stories, and ceremony. Oral traditions describe the traps as central to cultural life, a site where laws were taught, marriages arranged, and connections reaffirmed. The engineering itself thus becomes inseparable from the social fabric, stone, water, and community woven together. When European colonists arrived in the region during the 19th century, they struggled to grasp the depth of what they saw. To many, the traps appeared as natural rock formations, their deliberate design overlooked. It was only later, as ethnographers listened more carefully to Aboriginal elders and archaeologists studied the patterns, that recognition grew of their true nature. Yet even now, many visitors are surprised by their subtlety. They do not announce themselves with grandeur, they work by blending into the river, by being part of the flow rather than apart from it. That subtlety is a reminder of how different worldviews shape what counts as monumental. In some cultures, greatness is measured by size, height, or weight. In the Barwon River, greatness lies in endurance, in the ability to sustain community over unfathomable spans of time. The traps are monumental, not because they overwhelm the landscape, but because they harmonize with it, turning water itself into a partner. Stories passed down through Aboriginal families add layers to the meaning of the site. Bayame, often described as a creator figure and lawgiver, is said to have placed the stones himself, showing the people how to use them. His gift was not only physical but cultural, a way to live well with the river, to take what was needed without depleting it. Each time the traps were repaired or adjusted, the act was not only technical but ceremonial, part of honoring the ancestral instructions that bound community and place together. From a modern perspective, the traps have become a symbol of resilience. For centuries, colonization attempted to displace Aboriginal culture, erasing languages, traditions, and connections to land. Yet the traps remain, and with them, the stories that explain their origin and purpose. They are not ruins of a vanished people, but the continuing heritage of living communities who trace their identity through them. Today, the Brewarrina fish traps are recognized as a site of national and international importance. They are listed on heritage registers, studied by scholars, and celebrated as a testament to one of humanity's longest-running engineering traditions. Yet their greatest importance lies not in external recognition, but in their role for the Ngemba people and other Aboriginal groups of the region. For them, the traps are part of a living cultural landscape, not simply a relic of the past, but a continuing anchor of identity and memory. The engineering principles behind the traps also resonate with contemporary concerns. As societies today grapple with sustainability, with balancing human needs and natural systems, the traps offer an example of a technology built not to dominate, but to cooperate. By working with seasonal flows, by designing structures that lasted through floods rather than resisting them, the builders achieved a form of resilience that remains relevant. In this sense, the traps are not only ancient but forward-looking, a model for living with rivers rather than against them. Imagining the traps at their height brings a vivid scene to mind. The river alive with fish, people moving along the walls, children learning from elders, fires lit on the banks as food was prepared, songs and ceremonies carried on the breeze. The traps were never only about catching fish, they were about reinforcing community, about embedding knowledge into practice so that each generation inherited both sustenance and story. The endurance of the traps also challenges assumptions about what counts as advanced. Too often, the word engineering is reserved for iron, concrete, or steel. Yet here, in stone arcs carefully placed in a river, is a design that has lasted longer than most modern dams or weirs ever will. Their elegance lies not in scale but in efficiency, not in dominance but in harmony. For those who stand on the banks today, the view can be humbling. The stones sit low in the water, their arcs gentle, their presence quiet. Yet beneath that quiet lies depth. Thousands of years of use, countless hands placing and replacing rocks, endless seasons of water flowing through. What endures is not only stone but the knowledge encoded within its placement. As night falls over the Barwon River, the traps remain where they have always been, part of the river's rhythm. Their presence is less like a monument and more like a companion, steady and patient. They ask us to reconsider what it means to leave a legacy, whether it is measured by towering structures or by patterns so finely tuned to nature that they almost disappear into it. The Brewarrina fish traps remind us that history is not only written in stone rising toward the heavens, but also in stone lying low in water, guiding fish along paths shaped by hands that knew rivers intimately. They are a discovery not of something lost but of something continuous, a line unbroken from ancient times to the present. Thanks for joining us on this journey through some of the world's most mysterious ancient sites. These stones, carvings and ruins may stand silent today, but they still whisper stories of forgotten civilizations, lost knowledge, and the resilience of human creativity. Each one invites us to keep asking questions, to keep searching, and to never stop wondering about the vast stretches of history still hidden beneath sand, sea, and soil. We'd love to hear what you think. Which of these places fascinated you the most? Do you believe they hold evidence of civilizations lost to time, or are they simply the result of remarkable ingenuity that we're only beginning to understand? Share your thoughts down below. Your ideas and perspectives always add so much to the conversation. And if you enjoyed this exploration, don't forget to give this video a like, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss our next journey into the past. Until next time, as always, stay curious.